criticize for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them a the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know said that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know said that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. them man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one way crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon her homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.
Who does Hector represent?
Hector! Hector? Boy, you look like you're heading out the clouds, man.
Oh, Athlin. Sorry, I just have a lot on my mind.
Haven't seen you for a good while. How's your new business?
My business? I wouldn't know.
How you mean? You sell it?
No, it's up and running. Bought the building, the equipment, supplies, got the license and permit. I even appointed a board and hired a CEO, CMO, CFO, every O. But...
Good. Things are going for you, man. So why you look so?
Well, nobody tells me anything.
Wait, I'm not following. Aren't you the owner and chairman of the board?
I get no sales, no marketing, no financial report, nothing. Board meetings are called, decisions are taken. Nobody invites me.
You cannot be serious.
Atlin, I'm here to transfer $1.5 million to the company, and I'm short. I have to send it every 3 months. If not, the board can sue me.
These are your employees. So if you have no idea what's happening and you're just pouring money in, then just fire them and get a new board.
If I could, but I can't. The contract I signed says unless I can prove, say them do crime, missed work 6 days in a row, or they're mad like rat, then I am stuck with them until the contract expires.
So how long is that?
5 years.
5 years? So who prepared that contract?
Atina them same one write it.
Hector, my dear friend, I think I know how you could get out of that contract.
For real? How?
Go to court, tell them exactly what you told me, and plead insanity. With that story, the judge will surely believe you and release you.
Now, Hector wants what is best for his company, his family, and their future. But he leave himself careless and can't hold his employees to account. But if we're not careful, it's the same thing we doing. So we have to start behave like the owners, employers, and financiers we really are. Visit jampja.org and use our free online tools to track how your taxes are spent and to ensure greater accountability from public officials. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the UK International Development and the Embassy of the United States.
saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm we. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. The man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm with them fight.
Yes. Okay. All right. Fine. Fair enough. Good. All right, folks. Listen. Yeah. A little bit under the weather, but the show must go on, and just wanted to give you a little flashback to the show we had on Saturday night. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I hope that you did. Um, Music was great. I got lost in the music, and some of you asked me to stand up and dance, but I couldn't do that. So maybe this Saturday. Maybe this Saturday. But we don't plan on going too long tonight because not that great, but we'll see. Because last night I wasn't feeling that well either, and went on Mystic, and we did the full show. So because the material that he had was quite interesting, and I just couldn't pull myself away. So, but we'll see. Hey, big up time. Elaine, big up yourself. Thanks for being in the front of the class. Thanks for your support, Elaine. We love you. We appreciate you. Thanks for everything. Beverly, big up yourself, Beverly. Lorraine, big up yourself, Lorraine. Keep it going, OT. Merle. You said government officially signs off on loan to JPS. Oh, Saturday night was unforgettable. See them, Merle. Thank you very much. The loan, Merle, we're not so sure about the loan because we've been hearing all kinds of things. Since November, we have heard that the loan was granted immediately. Then we heard that it is going to be granted. Then we see documentation saying it was signed on the 15th, which is 2 days ago. we're not sure what's going on with that JPS deal, but we're going to try and get to the bottom of it. So, Merle, thank you again. Thank you for making the show what it is. People like you, you're not just a supporter, you're family. Artnell, big up yourself. Miss D, up. Miss D, you're supposed to give me a link. Link me tomorrow. All right. Jeffrey Worrell, blessings, Jeffrey. Keep it going. Kenneth, one love, Kenneth. Dalton, yes. Marcus Gav himself. Bless up. Hey, Lapscoochie in the house, my people. Whenever you see Lapscoochie, please ask him where he get the name from. And he's not a shy person. He will tell you, and it's quite an interesting story. But use your imagination, and you can arrive at a conclusion that it's safe to say is going to be pretty accurate. Big up yourself now, me. ACLB, blessings, nephew. Leone, big up yourself, Leone. Hey, Missy, B. Hope all is well and you're doing fine. Glad to have you amongst us. You know it go. One family will say, Carla Ebanks, bless up, Carla. Patricia Banton, big up. Hey, say hello to you, I get big up there and Joan. See him so, Patricia, but can't forget family members around here. Oh, Artnell, thank you, sir. Thank you. I am keep it going, keeping greetings. Keep it going. Elmira. Yes, Elmira, we have to give thanks to the ladies that make this one, make the 2 shows possible. Plus, you know it go. Kevin, where you there? Stu, can't forget him either. Thank you. God is my creator. Big up yourself. Keep it going. Patel, Cruikshank. Yes, Patel, we have to make a link. I haven't forgotten you. We have to make a link. OT is responsible. We have to make a link. Artdale, if you're like this on thank you very much, Artnell. Much appreciated. Those words. Yes. Deep. Barbara. Big up yourself, Barbara. Charmaine. When's the blessings to you as well? Hurricane Hattie. Welcome. Blessings. Karen. Big up yourself. Big up Bree for me. Durant. Big up yourself. Welcome. Danielle. Thanks for stopping by with Daniel. Oh, Dorrit again. Good evening, Dorrit. As a God, big up yourself. LW2, good evening and salutations to you and your family. Carl Allen, good night. Season's greetings. Bless up yourself. Big up. Oh, stop right there. OT, this Saturday, people, we have a special show. You must tune in. We have a special show and you must tune in. All right. Music, my love. I hear him. Big up yourself. Uriel. What a galang. Boy, me there, my brother, look out at me. Yeah, you know me, I say, give thanks for every breath we take. So the things stay. Queen Breezy, big up yourself. That's it. Oh, Inner Circle. Big up. Now ramp. Yes, that's one of our things around here. We're a ramp. Thanks for tuning in. More fire. Blessings. Vincent Graham, big up yourself, Vincent. Paul. Yes, thumbs up to you, Paul. Deli, cousin Deli in the house. Big up yourself, Deli star. Big up yourself. Anthony Moody, big up yourself, Anthony. Philly. Bless up. One done. Mr. Merlin Fid, good evening. Welcome to the program. Yes, Delhi, big up yourself, big up yourself. People see my cousin there now, Delhi, me just don't talk to him a while ago. Him treat my body now. Him not tuning in on the program. I mean, I have to call him and say, Delhi, what I'm to you, man, what me do you? And see, me just talk to Delhi like about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago. I said, Delhi, I know. Big up yourself, Delhi. Daily Fun, good evening, good evening, good evening, Daily Fun. I like cats. Big up yourself. Dion. Big up, Dion. Good night. Good night. Keep it going, OT. We're finished? That's it? Yeah? That's it. Okay. All right. Folks, listen. This Saturday, Rattigan University will be having a final exam for the semester. I'm going to repeat this during the program and at the end. So for those who will, those who will join us late, in consideration of them. 10 questions. 10 questions. And if you've been paying attention to the lectures, you shouldn't have any problems whatsoever. We also have a bonus question because we want to make sure, say, on the grasp as much information as possible, but that you also get credit for the information that you've grasped. So we have 11 questions, but 10 questions, and we have a bonus question. And I expect all of you, I have high expectations, I expect all of you to get at least out of the, let's say 11 questions, to get at least 9 out of the 11. At least 9 out of the 11. Right? So, I know some of you, you've taken notes throughout the period. Some of you have stored it up here, but wherever you've stored it, bring it out this Saturday. We're going to have fun. And also what we're going to do is, when we give you the answers, we're going to give you the citations so that you can go and look at the answers yourself. So that if it should ever come up, you're in a conversation with somebody, you can always refer to it when we talk and we don't have a reference. And sometimes when we talk, some people think that if you talk loud, then you must be right. Not necessarily so. So that's why we want you to have this information. So when people start talk, you can say, well, I disagree, and here's why I disagree, and here is where the answer is found. Here is my basis for disagreeing with you. We want that. We don't just want to tell you yes or no. We want to show you where the answers are. And I think that is going to be very, very helpful going forward. Tonight, we have Sister Maria. She's going to join us in about a half hour. She's going to join us, and she'll talk up the things. We haven't seen her in a while on the program, so she's coming tonight, and we have a lot to talk about. But as I said, I don't know if I'll go till, I'm trying to finish the program like around 10, 11. No, OT, I laugh right now because she said, you tell me 10, no, you're going to 11. So, but we'll see how far we can go with this. JPS, big topic. Folks, here's what I think is going on with JPS. JPS, I think it is what it is. It's confusion, but it's also distraction. It's a distraction. Because while we're all focused on over here on JPS, we need to focus on what's going on over in the office of the Prime Minister with OTPEM. Because while we're focused over here, things are going on over here. And money, supplies, all of that coming in, and they're coming into a very dysfunctional office led by a rank. I don't want to say a rank amateur because I think that would be a disservice to him, but somebody who's not fully competent to lead the office. And so we don't know what's going on over here. So we have to keep our eyes over here as well. Remember, we can multitask around here, We can do that. So while we're keeping our eyes on JPS, don't forget there are other things going on. We have the bus, school buses. We mustn't forget about school buses. The ADPEM, Melissa Relief. We shouldn't forget about all that's going on. Then we have Xavier Main. Then we have Paul Buchanan. Then we also have the Prime Minister too, because he's still in court. We have a lot of things going on. So we can't afford to just have a single-minded focus on just one thing. Because when you're focused on that, they're getting away with things over here. And we have enough eyes that we can look at everything that's going on. And these things they're no secret. They're no secret. Oh, the drill. See? Thanks, Patricia. We have the drill. We have Minister Tufton with the direct contract, the 15 contracts to his friend, quote unquote, Lindsay McDonough. We have a lot of things going on, and we just cannot afford to let them. SSL, Jeffrey. We have the water situation. I think OT just put out something about the Jamaica land of wood and Bahamian water, because Bahamas, that small country, Bahamas came to Jamaica after Melissa and use them desal plant. I guess it's a portable one. Them use them desal plants to provide fresh water, drinking water to the Jamaican public. Meanwhile, our government promised us way back in 2020 that they were going to build, that they had one desal plant and they were going to build desal plants along the coastline and provide water to people. And that didn't happen. Fourth, Jenna mentioned NIDS. See? Lots of things going on. Yeah, Melissa, school bus, smart city, digital. See, you see what I'm saying, people? That's, you know the issues, you know. You know the issues. But I tell you what, I am convinced that Jamaicans are not angry enough. We're not angry enough. We say we're angry, and I'm talking about the collective, all of us. We say we're angry, but we're not angry enough. Because if we were angry enough, our voices would be heard. And again, remember what I've always said, everything that we're proposing, above board, legal, constitutional. We're not asking people to take matters into their own hands and start doing things that are in violation of laws, policies, procedures. No, we're not asking for that. We're asking to abide by the laws and do what is right. Do what is right. And that's another thing. I saw a quote today, and it says, first, we must start by doing what is right before we start accepting, before the acceptance. It's the other way around. We have accepted what is wrong, and it's the norm. And so we have strayed from asking people to do what is right. And people have strayed from doing what is right because, here's another quote, you teach people how to treat you. And if you don't, and here's another one, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And if you don't bawl out when you see wrongdoing, injustice, if you don't cry out, then you're complicit in it. Because you've just empowered the aggressor to continue. There are no checks. There's no balance. We need to implement that. And so we need to be angry people. We're hungry, but we're not angry. I guess we haven't reached the point where Bob Marley said, well, hungry man is angry man. We haven't gotten to that point yet. We haven't gotten there, but we need to get there. Now, here's another story. It's the $3 trillion unaccountable. There have been many stories about that. Some people have said that Jeanette Calder came out with the story, and then she backpedaled, and she did this and she did that. Well, I've looked into it, and I can tell you that words mean something. It's not about just hearing a word and guessing what it means. Words actually mean something. And when she said unaccounted for, she was correct. She was talking about, she wasn't saying, and we're going to play the videos. She wasn't saying that monies were stolen. She was referring to the paperwork for monies that were disbursed. What do I mean by that? She's saying essentially that money was paid out, but we have no paperwork to show to track and trace the payment. Why was a payment made? For what purpose? Did we get value for money? All of these things. We don't have anything like that. And so it's left up to your imagination or your perception as to where, as to the disposition of those funds. Stolen, whatever. But what she's saying is that there's no paperwork to account for those funds. Monies went out, but we have nothing to show why the money went out, or justifying the payment. So that's that. And people have accused her of a lot of things. They've accused JAMP of a lot of things. And so we're going to look into that tonight and put that 3 trillion dilemma, and it's a dilemma, to rest, so that people can walk away knowing what went on and also the questions to ask. That's where we fall down flat on our faces. We don't ask the right questions. We see a headline and we jump after it, and we don't do any research. We listen to what people say, and in many cases, we've been fed incorrect information. So we're going to deal with that as well. The Jamaics and his group, Hospitality Workers Union, they had not a protest, they had a rally this Monday. They had a little problem, I was told, with the police, but eventually they were allowed to go ahead and stage their rally. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. OT, play the, give me a hand clap there. Give me a hand clap. If you're there, if you're not there, then hold on there. All right, me give it to him. Yeah, thank you. That's for Jamaics and the Hospitality Workers Union. Big up on yourself. And the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, continue to make your donations to it. Don't forget that we need you to make a contribution to the appeal fund for the Buchanan versus Constituted Authority case. And I'll repeat, the money you give, please indicate on it that this money is only for the appeal, so that we can segregate it. Because we have people making donations to the foundation in general. We want to separate the funding for the appeal. 1. 2, the appeal will not be paid to a political party. 3, the appeal money will not be disbursed to a political candidate. In other words, the money is not going to the PNP, the money is not going to Paul Buchanan. 4, the money will be going to the attorney representing presenting the appeal. Why are we doing it? We're doing it because we believe in the principle of one man, one vote, same man, same vote, i.e., so as to say, in other words, the sanctity of the election process. Free and fair elections. We believe in that. We believe in the rule of law. And we believe in good governance. That's what this case is all about. We cannot allow a judge to make a decision that appears to be in violation of the law. Yes, Kenneth, the appeal was filed. The paperwork was filed. They're waiting on a date now. So we support that, and we support it all the way to the Privy Council, because we think that the decision, although we respect it, it was incorrect. And that's why they have the appeals process. If you believe that you didn't receive proper justice, then you can appeal. And in many instances, original decisions have been overturned. In fact, sure all of you remember this, Vibes Cartel. He went to the Privy Council. The Supreme Court, they found him guilty. He went to the Court of Appeal. They affirmed, meaning that they agreed with the lower court. And then he said, okay, all right, fine, I'll take it to England. And what happened? He won. And here's how he won. The judges didn't look to his guilt or innocence, because that wasn't what the appeal was about. The appeal wasn't about whether he was guilty or innocent. It was about process. It was about tainted jury. And it's saying that it was a violation of the Constitution, that you cannot have a tainted jury preside over a case. You cannot. So it's saying that the process was flawed, and therefore the case, and if you remember, they sent it back and said, you decide, Court of Appeal, whether you guys want, at least you sent it back to the Court of Appeal, and DPP decide if you want to charge him again. And then it was decided that no, they won't charge him again. But it wasn't about guilt or innocence. It was about process. And I said, Jamaics enter. Yeah, when there, me not see him. Oh. Show yourself, nephew. Me not see you. So the Paul Buchanan case, it's about process, people. It's not about a political party or about a political candidate. It's about whether the process was followed. And if you watch the show last Saturday, the last, let's say 45 minutes, last hour, we broke down the two laws, and then we had Mr. Hugh Wildman come in and gave his commentary about the case that he represented. It's the same case. He represented that case. And what were his thoughts about the judgment? And everything you need to know about that case, just go to the last hour from 7 to 8, last Saturday's program. If you haven't seen it, you need to go watch it. And then once you watch that, then the issues will be the issues were made crystal clear for you. So you can now go out and talk to people about this case and don't have to worry about, did somebody tell me the truth, or was it a headline, or is it based on emotion? Is it based on partisanship? No. You go, because guess what? The laws, we put them up. We compared and we contrasted. And then we also look at a few other things. And then we had the commentary and the discussion with Mr. Hugh Wildman. Fourth Jenna, big up yourself. Big up yourself. So thank you. So please, people, on that last hour. Oh, yeah. Elaine, we are working on it. OT is working on that and doing a short on the last hour. Yeah, she is doing that. So we can send it out to people so that they can understand. Because once you see the last hour of it, you don't, anybody who's going to tell you that the judge made a correct decision, all the ammunition you need to engage that person, anybody who's saying that the judge made a correct decision, all the ammunition you'll ever need, you'll find it in that 1 hour. So please, I'm asking you to go and take a look at that. We're going to try and put it out as well in a short. What else, OT? Trying to think what else. I don't say Jamaics. Hold on 1 second, people. Oh, you're talking about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Yeah, we're gonna get to that, people, because what happened? It's just mass confusion about this voting thing in the diaspora, and I spoke to quite a few people this week who never heard about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, or heard about it but didn't pay attention to it and its significance. And so we're gonna devote some time to it tonight because it's important. Whether you live in Jamaica or overseas, particularly if you live overseas, it is important for you to know about this organization, because this is the organization that should be providing assistance to people who are in need in the diaspora. The diaspora is not a bed of roses. You know, I talk to some Jamaicans who come here. Some of us will come here and will suffer more than we would suffer in Jamaica. You know, in Jamaica, you know, your neighbor won't let you starve, you know. That won't happen. You probably won't get a big belly, but your neighbor won't starve. And, you know, there are things you can do in Jamaica you can't do here. Here you can live next door to somebody and you never have for years. I never have a conversation with the person. I mean, my neighbor right now, there's one neighbor to my left, never spoken to that person. There's one to the right, spoken to him like twice in 10 years. With 12 years. Because everybody just keep to themselves, everybody just mind their own business. And so we have people in the diaspora, they need help, they're suffering. And we don't have an organization that they can turn to and say, this is my own, this is one of my own, and I'm looking for support and assistance. We just don't have it, and we should. And now we have a chance to register our disapproval with what's been going on since 2020. We have a chance, because 2020 is when they came up with this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, 2020. And so we now have to register our disapproval with the terms and conditions and the operating procedures of that movement. They don't call it an organization. They call it a movement. So, all right. We have Jamaica here now. Here he is.
Yes,
right. Bless up, nephew. Good
night.
Uncle.
Good night to you.
Listen, first of all, congratulations are due for the rally that was held this past Monday. I watched portions of it and I got reports, and I must tell you that it has made a difference already because it was covered. I saw an interview. I saw somebody interviewing you from one of the local stations, you know, and it's all over the diaspora. All I can tell you is that you're on to greatness. Don't look left, don't look right. Don't look overhead. Look straight ahead. Them can't stop you. Them can't stop you. Welcome again. Talk to us now. Well, give us your perception of what took place on Monday. Give us your idea of what took place on Monday. Your comments.
Good evening again, and thank you for showing appreciation of something that needed to be done a long time ago. And we're so happy that the team was able to come together, led by Angela Foster, had Dr. Devon Taylor as well. We have our treasurer and the rest of the team that pitched in from the training down to the practice on the day. Let me tell you, it is a win for us and it's a win for Jamaica. Our voices now are being heard that the tourism workers are not okay, and therefore there's a need for change. I must say, in the video, I look animated speaking to the correction officers, but most definitely they were respectful, and my non-verbal might look a bit off, but most definitely they were listening and they were respectful. We had a very good conversation. So a lot of respect to the police officers that were there. Trust me, they are on our side in terms of what they believe that the tourism product needs to change. So it was indeed a success.
All right. What going forward? What's the plan?
There you go. Most definitely, we look at it as the start of more than one to come, many to come. So this is public notification that the tourism product, the plantation model of tourism need to be changed. And we have the people honking when they're passing by, people are saying that they're happy that somebody is standing up for the people of Jamaica where the tourism product is concerned. So indeed, we start today and we're telling the Jamaican people that come out very soon. We will be in more than one location. We're eyeing Ocherius and we will be going other places. So look out for when we post where we will be going next, and be a part of the change. Be a part of change that is inevitable.
I heard it said, let me move this. I heard it said, and it's so true, that the journey of 1,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, 1 mile starts with the first step. And a mother used to say, and I'm sure all of you have heard it, you have to creep before you walk, walk before you run. Rome wasn't built in a day. And you have taken the first step. And that's all you need to do right now. You're taking the first step. Momentum is going to carry you all far away. If you sit back and you just talk and you don't do anything, then God help you. But once you get up and you start move around, God helps those who help themselves. And you have taken the first step. We're very, very proud of you. And we know that this movement is going to gather momentum. And before you know it, it's going to be a fully fledged organization that has to be and will be respected by the government and treated as such. For far too long, they could treat the workers however they felt like, because they look at the workers as individuals. But in unity, but in strength, but in numbers, there is unity. And in unity, there is strength. And so once you start to galvanize people around the message and the organization, I am sure that you will get your due respect and you will get your due rewards. You collectively, in the sense that the workers will be treated fairly, or they will be treated comparatively. Like you said, you look at what's going on in Barbados and Turks and Caicos, and so they'll do some, there'll be comparison and contrast concerning the treatment of our people. Because I remember you said it, that Barbados is
Maybe 1.4 billion.
It's like 1/3 of Jamaica, and somehow they pay something like $8 or $10 or something like that.
So they pay $5 to $8 per hour. Yes.
And how much we pay in Jamaica?
We pay $2 to $4, and the thing is, we make 3 times as much as they do, and they pay us 2 times as much as we do. And when we look at that, we're saying, why should it continue? And also, what we wanted to highlight as well, we notice there's a lot of tokenism and charity that is going around. But when we look at what tourism is, we're telling the government that charity and also tokenism is not going to help the masses of people. The government is there to make policies and legislation for long-term sustainability. Charity event is not going to impact the people the way it's supposed to. So we're saying, we see there's a housing program where they're looking to start at 150 people, up to 20,000 people to, aid and also give assistance to. But when you look at almost 400,000 people that are affected by the tourism industry being down, they are directly or indirectly linked. How is it 20,000 is going to impact the almost 400,000? So at this point in time, we wonder if the ministry is taking the Jamaican people for fool, or they are just in my word, for lack of expression, incompetent. And we just want to say, if they are not incompetent, to look back at, they need to look back at what they're doing, consult the real professionals, the expert that are the people who have been taking part in the tourism industry for so long. Consultation is needed and respect unto the Jamaican people, I believe.
Jesus is Lord was asking about any update on the appeal. Yes, Jesus is Lord. We're asking people to, if they can, put $100 towards the appeal fund. And when you do so, just go to the website, OJLDF.net. And when you go to the website, please make sure that you indicate that the money you're giving for the appeal, just put on it appeal fund, so that we can segregate that from the other donations coming in. We want to keep an accurate count. So we just don't want it to come into the general, come in as a general donation, because then it might get captured as something else when you really don't want it to go to, when you really want it to go to a particular initiative like the appeal. The thing about
go ahead.
Yeah, the thing about it is that when I hear, I'm thinking about all of these bright Jamaican ministers with all kinds of degrees, all kinds of experience. And then when you look at some of the silly some of the silly things, I don't want to call them mistakes. When you look at some of the silly things that they've done, you ask yourself, didn't they see this coming? So there's a part of me that said, no, these people are not dumb. They know exactly what they're doing. And then the question then becomes, what's in it for them? Because why, for example, why would you take a national asset, meaning something that belongs to the people of Jamaica, like rooms on the beach, valued at close to 14 million, and you sell it for 7 million, and you're supposed to be bright and sharp and all of that? I don't think that's stupidity. I don't think the Mexicans outmaneuvered you in negotiating for the sale of this, because you know why I know they didn't? Because we had evaluation reports, and the evaluation report said 13.7 million. So how did you end up selling it for 7.2 or something like that? How? So the next question I have, what was in it for somebody? What was in it for them? Because you just wouldn't do that with your own personal things. You wouldn't have an evaluation for a piece of land at almost 14 million and then you just sell it for 7. Yeah. No. Even if you wanted money in a hurry, you still wouldn't do that. You know what you would do? You'd go to the bank and take a loan against it.
There you go. And one other thing that I don't think the news team was able to capture, the tourists, the Bahia Principe staff, almost 2,000 of them have been laid off, right? They're home with their families, no welfare, no contingency plan. We have to change those situations. When we have 2 agencies within the ministry collecting 10 to 15% of tax dollars, and there is no welfare program, there's nothing for the Jamaican people, that needs to change. And even in a case like mine, where contract system is being abused, so if somebody speak up and believe that things need to change for the betterment of the staff and for the overall operation, instead of listening and working with the workers, they are terminating people's contract. So we are asking for better legislation to protect the people from those situations, right? And that is one of the reasons why people are very reluctant to stand up or to say anything. And we cannot have an industry operating like this, year in, year out. The people are not being protected and they're working so hard. So we see a lot of tokenism coming up, but we are saying the people need policies and legislation to be crafted with them at the front and center of it, so that their real benefit can come onto them.
Yeah, and I see where Leonie McLegan to find us for question mark, and she's right, because these kind of financial arrangements, there is usually some fee. It's not a straight deal where the government is selling this, it has something to sell for 7 million, whatever it is, and somebody's buying for 7 and 7. And usually there's a finder's fee. There's some kind of, somebody's gonna make some money to put the deal together. So you're right when you ask about a finder's fee. Yes, that's one of the charges that gets hidden in the total cost. So that's where we are. Anything else? Yeah, for us, nephew.
Yes. So, coach, I would love for Opal to play that video for us, that you can see what happened out there in Montego Bay. And again, very proud of what we were able to accomplish. We did not get the numbers as we initially budgeted for. We had a bus ready for people. We had at least 30 persons to pick up, 30 people to pick up, and they didn't come up. But here we were having the sign up to say, stop exploitation. We want no more temporary workers in a permanent industry. We need to ensure that people have long-term benefit and solutions. And we were we're very animated, and we're very driven to be out there to ensure that people understand that the tourism workers are not okay. Because a lot of people think that everything is going well within the tourism industry and not being able to understand the nuances that exist. Not hearing you.
Oh, no, hear me. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by our illustrious sister. See her there now. We don't see her.
I'm going to say quickly and go, because time is a premium, right? But we want to say thank you, Miss Daisy, for coming on. Good to see you. Good to see you.
You too, Jamaica. Much love. Big up, Rattigan.
Yes.
People in the diaspora and also locally on the ground, we want to tell you that this mission that we started, NHW and JAMP, can never finish without you. We're asking you, those in the diaspora, tell your family members to come out and support us when we have our rallies. We'll be having the notification when we will be going out. Also, those who are on the ground, come out and support us as well. We have been going hard at this with a very, very shallow pocket. And we're saying that we want to continue. We want to do more stuff. We're asking that people come out and contribute as well. We have the GoFundMe running, and we'd love to know that people can assist. Since we've had the GoFundMe up, unfortunately, we haven't gotten any support so far, and we want to change that, right? And in order for us to be effective, because we want to go out there, we want to be impactful, and we want to ensure that we're making a statement. So we will really appreciate any contribution that you have to offer. Let this continue. This advocacy that we have, where we're able to draw people out on the street, it takes cash to care, and we will really appreciate if you are able to assist us. All right? Thank you.
All right, nephew. Big up yourself. All the best, and congrats again. Share it with all of your people.
Will do. Take care. Have a good one.
All right, people. But there now with Sister Maria, the spotlight. Sis, it's been a while. Talk to us.
Yeah, I'm good. Are you hearing me clearly?
Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Rattigan. It's good to see you in this space. And to every person in the chat, much love, much respect. I get your messages, yes, and I hear your concerns, and I appreciate that. It goes to show that people appreciate you when they make inquiries about you and all of that. So I appreciate my people, my friends, my sisters and brothers from in this space, and I love them dearly, because guess what? We're all in this together at the end of the day. And for every person in the chat, much love. I see your messages. I see you in the chat live and in living colors. And I say much love and God bless, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy New Year, and may you have a blessed year. This year has been rough. You know, this weekend here has been a rough one, and this year has been really, really rough, you know, not individually, but collectively. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
many things happening, and you wonder really what people are feeling. It's politically, socially, economically, financially, even spiritually. People are just, and emotionally, people are just spent. You know, that they have no more to give. So we have to really love on one another, care more about each other, and do not take another person's suffering for granted. Because at the end of the day, but for the grace of God, go you or I. When you look at what is happening in Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa, and so many people right now is the open canopy of heaven is their roof, you know. So we just have to pray one for another and just be strong. And if you can help your friend, fellow man as you go along, then do it. You can't read, then you know, you say a kind word, because sometimes just smiling with a person, nodding, you know, giving them a word of encouragement goes a long way than, you know, physical things. It comes down to the, you know, the spirit to spirit connection and the humanity that we all share. Because that at the end of the day, no matter what you have, Brother Rattigan, if you have not yourself, and if you don't have friends, and if you don't have love in your heart for people, it really means nothing.
And at the end of the day, you're gonna leave without it. Whatever you
100% true, you know, because you're coming with nothing and you're gonna do it. You know, like I heard somebody said the other day, I don't know which, but I heard somebody talking, and he said he worked with a rich man, and before he died, the rich man said, bury him with his hands up, his hands open and up. And he was like, why? Because he said, all that he accumulated, he can take nothing back. So we have to always live with that in mind, so we can live present and with more compassion for one another. Because we a lot of us just lack the compassion. You know, the compassion is missing.
okay.
Mhm.
I've seen reports of some people trying to take things with them. Like a couple of them said, bury my car with me, you know, bury this with me. To what end? To what end? Leave it, make somebody else gonna use it. You know, you can't use it.
No, but there was a story now about this lady who, before her husband died, he said, bury him with all his money. I should have said, of course. So when, you know, unfortunately he passed before her, and she wrote him a check, put it in his cash, because I said, to the bank, you fool. So he can't say he doesn't have all his money. He has all his money, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
Just
yeah.
can't negotiate the check. You know, there's no bank where there's no bank that we know of like that, you know.
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
Margaret said, rest in peace, the late Jimmy Cliff. Yes, we acknowledge the greatness of the man himself. And, you know, fortunately for him, he got a lot of his accolades during his lifetime, you know. But still, we have to pay a tribute to a musical icon, movie star, recording artist, etc. I've seen him in concert. I saw him in concert in Washington one time. Outstanding performance. Outstanding performer. So, Jimmy, rest in peace, my brother.
Yeah, a phenomenal lyricist. And as we're on this subject about compassion, and so as we, you know, before we go into the program further, he has a song, We All Are One. We all are the same person. I am you and you are me. No matter where we are born, we are human beings. Same chemistry, emotions and feelings, all corresponding in love. Phenomenal. People need to go and listen to that song. Just read the lyrics and see how, you know, important it is and relevant it is to this time now. And in his passing, if we can do one thing, is to live from a place of compassion and love.
You're so right. And Jimmy was right too. We have a few topics we want to touch tonight. But first, let me just ask you, is there anything that's on your mind before I play this first video? We can just kind of, and the video I'm about to play, we've seen it several times, but it's worth repeating because somebody once told me that learning is about reinforcement. It's not just a one-time thing. You just keep doing it, keep until people start getting the message. Because, like I said earlier, we're not angry enough. We're not angry enough, and maybe because that message hasn't been reinforced that you need to be angry when you see these things happening. The way the Jamaican people are being treated by the government. And so, before I play the video, though, I just want to get a sense from you as to what's on your mind, what's bothering you lately, as far as Jamaica is concerned.
Everything. I mean, when you think it cannot get any worse.
We're running up another one, then we shouldn't ask it that way.
You should have said one thing. But then again, to say, when you think it cannot get any worse, it goes and worse. When you think, the prime minister and members of his cabinet cannot go any lower, they disappoint you and show you that they can go even lower. And, I would like to see, given that they have gotten a third term, that they elevate the politics and rise to the occasion of the office. Because right now they are behaving beneath the office. They have not arisen to the occasion of what the office is about, what it represents. They are still in the DB politics, and get out of that now. There's not time for that. And it is time. The Prime Minister can no longer blame the PNP for things that they did. He has been there for 10 years. 10 years is a mighty long time. 2 terms already. He's now started his 3rd term. So he cannot say they did not do. Everything that is wrong with this infrastructure in Jamaica is on the shoulders of Andrew Holness. Any and everything that is wrong right now, if their agencies are failing, if the schools are failing, if the hospitals are failing, it's all on his shoulders right now. Because he had 10 years to course correct and fix things that he thought were broken. What did he do in that 10 years? So it's all on him now. He has the opportunity to make or break the country. And from the looks of things, it's not pretty.
It's not pretty at all. Not at all. Well, here's the first video, folks. This one has to do with parliamentary procedure. You've seen it before, but it's worth showing how a man can, the opposition, the quote-unquote opposition in government, in parliament, how they should have taken or they can take the speaker to task. I said it before, sis. I said that, if the opposition was truly astute in playing this game called politics, what they would have done is when the proposal was made for Juliet Holness to become Speaker of the House, they should have proposed Warmington. They should have proposed Warmington. And the reason they should have said, we're proposing him because we believe that he's the most qualified, he's the fittest person to deal with that position because of his knowledge of the standing rules, how things should flow in Parliament. What would happen is that they wouldn't pick him. They wouldn't pick him. And so you let them fight it out over there. You let them fight it out. But they didn't do that. I don't know. Maybe that is too common for them to appreciate. Because them say common sense not common after all, But that's how it should go. But check this out.
I have the greatest respect for you, but do not. I have the...
Let me squeeze. Okay. Here's where to start. It started with Dayton Campbell asking the permanent secretary in the office of the Prime Minister, Rocky Mead, some questions regarding the Melissa relief. And that's when Mr. Warmington saw it fit to say, well, wait a minute now. The permanent secretary can't answer questions in Parliament and the minister is here. And he's absolutely correct. He's absolutely correct. And if you look at Dr. Campbell, he looked a little bit amazed, as if a little surprised, as if he didn't know. And I'm not going to speak for him, but I'm just saying, looking at him, he looked at first of all, he was enjoying it, and second, he was amazed. You know, he looked a little bit surprised at the things that Dayton, that Warmington was saying.
For recovery.
Here we go.
And
let me just skip past this where he's asking him questions. And there he is.
So we're taking a progressive approach. So as we move from providing just relief packages, we move
and
from
if you notice,
providing
just
relief packages
to
looking
focusing
on
left
housing and enabling persons with
General
power.
is
We
Minister
are
Favour
looking
William.
at the temporary roofing solutions for those who just have roof damage.
Or
we are looking at the modular type solutions that we can bring in and assemble quickly for those with total losses.
So let me move forward now. All right, so here we go.
The permanent secretary will need to provide his answer to the minister for the minister to respond.
It's me here.
Go right ahead, Member Warmington.
Go right ahead, what she should have done as the chairs. You see how this lady is a day late and a dollar short, because after the permanent secretary spoke, then she's saying, oh, the permanent secretary should give it to the minister. She shouldn't have let the permanent secretary do it in the first place. That's your job as speaker or chair. That's your job, right? Your job as speaker as chair is to make sure that the procedures are followed and the whole thing just runs smooth. That's it. But that wasn't the case here. So no, Mr. Warmington, no. Him only remember the first 3 letters I'm named now. So I'm gone on the war path now. A war. So here we go.
Madam Chairman, I've been here since 1980, came back 2002, and I'm amazed to see that the permanent secretary is responding to questions in this house. The minister ought to respond to any question asked here, not the permanent secretary. So I'm asking, maybe not asking, may I say, we turn to the protocol in this house, whereby questions are not directed to the permanent secretary, and the permanent secretary does not respond. Technical officers, consultant advisors do not respond in this house. All answers must be.
No, additionally, Your mic is on, Member Warmington.
Hold on, then. When I'm speaking, I do not expect anybody to cut off my mic. I came back here.
Warmington.
Well, one thing, that's an expectation. That's not the rules, by the way. You can expect all in one. But if he's speaking and somebody says point of order, the job is that the speaker will recognize the person making the point of order, tell the person who's speaking, the person who's on the floor, Mr. Warmington, for example, tell him, take a seat, let me listen to this point of order. So when him saying they expect nobody to turn off his mic, he's right in a sense, because he's not finished. If somebody raises a point of order, then he has to sit. Person makes a point of order, speaker has to decide, and then come back to him, and then you continue. That's the process.
Let me finish.
Member.
Oh, and by the way, people, some of you taking the exam this Saturday, pay close attention.
Warmington, on a point of.
That's another thing too. You don't call a member by first name. Warmington. Unacceptable. Him should have challenged her on that, but he didn't challenge her. Could have challenged her, could call a point of order on her and said, no, you don't refer to a member like that. Listen to this face to this again. Listen to this. She talked to him like she talked to her gardener.
Back here.
Warmington.
Let me finish.
Yes. Member Warmington, on a point of order.
No.
On
Chairman, you don't call point of order.
From the chair. Member Warmington, you have several mics on, and I don't even need to call on any privilege as chair.
Madam
You
Speaker.
had other persons also making a point of order.
But they can't cut me off in the middle of it.
Have no clue.
Yeah, it's wrong right there. Again, they can cut you off by just saying point of order, and then the speaker will stop you. And you have to sit if you're standing, and then she gives the person making the point of order a chance to say, what is the point of order? And then she'll listen, and then she'll make a decision, and then she'll come back to you. But they can't stop you. You don't have the unfettered right to just talk just because they said speak. You can be stopped by points of order.
If you're finished and I didn't know your mic was off.
I did not complete what
So
I'm saying, Madam
kindly
Chairman.
complete your statement.
Madam Chairman, may I say to you, you cannot call point of order as chairman and speaker.
I don't even
point
want to
of
use
order
privilege.
can come from only the floor.
Is absolutely correct. The chairman can't call point of order on the members. The point of order, that particular procedure is one that's exclusively within the domain of the members, not the chair. The chair is there as a referee. She's not there to complain. And a point of order is essentially you're complaining about something procedural. She's not there. She has the right. She can tell you what to do, but she doesn't call point of order on you. You call it on her.
From you had one. You had one from the floor.
No.
There she make another mistake. She said, yes, there was a point of order on the floor. Well, if there's a point of order on the floor, then you, speaker, it's your job to tell Wilmington, hold up, time out, there's a point of order. Let me listen to what this person is saying. So again, she make another mistake.
The chairman can't call point of order on me. We can call point of order, not the chair, the speaker. But I'm saying that I've never seen it in my 30 years here.
Yes, and you have said that before, and you do not repeat in the house. Complete your complete your intervention, Member
Madam
Warmington.
Chairman.
Member Warmington.
Madam Chairman.
Complete your intervention without repetition.
I have the greatest respect for you, but do not. I have the largest number of votes in this house, 10,000 plus. So do not do it. And don't cut me off either. Let me speak.
That was just a warning to the party hierarchy, because having 10,000 or having 10 doesn't make a difference. You're still a member, and your points, they're still legitimate when you raise them. They don't give you more attention because you have 10,000 more votes or because you won by 10. That make a difference. But him just throw that in if you cannot just shut her up.
I'm saying
that was a don't draw me tongue moment in a Rattigan. That was 1 second. That was a don't draw me tongue moment, because he was ready to trace on and carry on like he can carry on. But the truth of the matter is, listening to him, even a broken clock is right twice a day. So you might not like how he carry on, but you cannot say he doesn't know how the parliament is run. He really does know that. So you have to give credit where credit is due.
Indeed.
They can respond to his house, not permanent secretary officers. I'm trying to the attention of this house. I came in Haiti, never before. But I don't finish yet. Can't cut me off. I'm saying only the minister can respond. The permanent secretary, technical officer must advise her what to say. Don't cut off my mic, Don't do it again.
Are you finished, Member Warmington? You're finished? You have a... Okay. Thank you. There is an intervention from Minister Mackenzie.
Chairman, I just on the, not to be contentious, but just on the point made by Member Warmington. Since what is the protocol in regards to the comments made by the permanent secretary? Will that remain on the records of the Hansard, or it's something that should be erased? Should it be?
All right, let me explain this, people. What happened is that Hansard, and students, you know this, Hansard is a transcript of what's being said in Parliament. Whenever they have these meetings, there is a transcript, right? So you can actually go and read it. You can actually go and read the transcript of everything that's said in the House. And what Desmond McKenzie is saying is that he's agreeing with Mr. Warmington. And so he's saying, since the permanent secretary shouldn't have spoken, we need to take that out of the transcript so that nobody can see it. And you're going to hear when the speaker Holness said, but it's up on YouTube. So even if you don't take it out, people see it. It shouldn't be taken out. It's a mistake, but the mistake must stay there for posterity purposes and for accuracy. It must stay there, because if they're going to take out the part with the permanent secretary, then guess what else they have to take out? They have to take out the part with Warmington objecting to it. And so students later on, historians, people looking at this would never know that this took place. And we need to make it stay there to display the fact that this speaker don't know what she do. We need that inside there. So that is why I don't mean to be contentious. And what he's telling her that, hey, since him right, maybe we need to take it out of the answer so nobody, if anybody go back and read, they won't see it anywhere in there. But you see, you always just say, but it's on YouTube. Yeah, how you take it out of YouTube?
It would be removed. It would be removed. So it is, yes, it may be on YouTube. Yes, we are, it would not be recorded on Hansard. He has raised an objection. Member Warmington raised an objection. We do note the issue. So permanent secretary would be required to speak with the Minister of Finance, in addition to which the permanent secretary would not be able to respond in any way in the House. And the question posed would have been for another ministry, which takes us back to the discussion we had. The Minister of Finance would have to be the one to answer any question in respect of any ministry, whether they are here or not, unless the minister is able to make an intervention.
All right. People, let's see what happened now. They might try change history now. They might try call history. They might try take out things where really happened so that you won't, if you go back and let me see if I can find it, because I'd love to show you what the some of you who you don't know what the answer is like. Let me see if I show you. Okay, let me show you Prime Minister. Let me show you the Hansard. Hold on a second. There is I have one of them right here. Bear with me here. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I figure since we here, all right, here it is. All right, this is, I'll show you that Hansard, what it looks like. For those of you who don't know, here we go. Share screen. Okay, here we go. This is it. Let me move this. That's what the Hansard looks like. Right. This is the Hansard for the Integrity Commission Act when they were discussing it. This is before they passed it in 2017. They were discussing it, right? And this is what it looks like. And you can get it, and you can read it and see what your MP, if he or she was there, what they said, and you can see what the Prime Minister said. And you see right there, and if you look, you see the transcript of who's speaking. You see right there, Mr. Warmington. He said, Mr. Speaker, right here. It is right here, Mr. Warmington, right here. I'm asking for a short suspension. So it's a running conversation. And the speaker is saying the question is that the House be suspended for 15 minutes. And then Mr. Warmington goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will now make his contribution to the Integrity Commission Act. This is what it looks like. It's a running conversation, but it's written, it's typed out so you can see what's going on. No, what they want to do now is, you see everything that happened with Rocky Mead, they want to take it out of this now. They want to say, hey, we don't want it in there at all. Because you know what happened? Now you can go in and look and say, oh, the speaker was an idiot at that moment. She was an idiot. She didn't know the rules. She was ignorant of the rules. And they said, no, take that out. Don't put that inside here. So now you know what the Hansard is, and now you know why they want to take it out. So there we go. Let me see. Yeah, right. The permanent secretary must, or the comments must stay in the Hansard, so that when you go back, no, like how I go back, this thing that I'm looking at, the one I just showed you, this was 2016 or 2017.
2017. That was January 2017.
January
Yes.
2017, right? That's what, 8 years ago, right? Go soon to be 9 years. But here it is. I can go back inside of it, and guess what? I can tell you what the Prime Minister said about corruption. I can go back and tell you all of these things and hold him to his words. Now, when you go back, you're not supposed to trouble the Hansard and take out it's supposed to be a recording of everything that's said in Parliament. I know them want to go in and take it out so that them don't show up the speaker, but it is what it is. We're going to hold them accountable. No, sis.
Yeah, but on that point, Rattigan, remember last week when this was a sitting of the PAAC. Was it the public? Was it the PAAC? Some committee to do with
PAAC.
It wasn't the PAAC. It was some other committee to do with the budget and all of that.
Finance. Yeah, there were
finance.
Yes,
the sitting of the finance committee, something like that. Yes. Remember now when Omar Newell, member of Parliament Omar Newell, was questioning the Minister Favour, he went back to the Hansard and actually quoted what she said, and he said to her, Minister, I am quoting from the Hansard. So, just to piggyback on what you're just saying about being able to quote. It's similar to a court reporter who has to, type everything that is said, transfer everything is said in the courtroom, and he can go back and read it verbatim.
It's the same thing. So why would you want to take it out? And like somebody put inside the saying that, hey, if them can't take this out, what else can't they take out? Them can't take out anything they want to take out, So we need to keep them honest on that. See, people, when you learn these things, them can't fool you. You can ask the questions. You can ask the questions like Sis said. The gentleman went back to the Hansard and said, on such and such a day, this happened, and you said this, and then I know what's going on here. And so now you put her in the hot seat, you have to answer. And a lot of times with these things, you're presenting somebody with their own words, or with words of somebody that they said, we agree with that person. And you say, but here it's you agree with this person back here, but what's going on now? So there you go. All right. What we're going to know is, folks, we're going to look at JAMP and the 3 trillion thing. The 3 trillion not missing funds, unaccounted funds. Now, what we need to understand, first thing we need to understand is that the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, JAMP, and its director, Jeanette Calder, that they are not the ones that came up with this 3 trillion thing. What they did was they compiled records from the Auditor General. Right? The Auditor General didn't say 3 trillion. What JAMP did was they look at every report and they add it up and they compile and they say, well, wait a minute, this thing no look right. And so that's what they did. The Auditor General didn't do it, but the Auditor General started the process. That's the first thing. Second thing is that she said it was unaccounted for. And then when you talk to her and you listen to her, she said, well, unaccounted for them, them meaning JAMP, simply means that there was no paperwork to justify the expenditures, because you must have paperwork to justify it. And she's saying, we don't know what happened. We know monies went out, but we don't see the justification. And we don't know if we had value for money, because there's nothing coming back that we can look at and say, okay, yeah. And you know who one of the biggest culprits? The Ministry of Health. One of the biggest culprits for that. During COVID, they spent money like it was going out of style, and they didn't have the paperwork to justify it. So who knows who got what? We don't know, and what they did with it and for what purpose. We don't know. But before we do that, what I'd like to do is play a little video, because most of you have never seen this lady. Sharp lady, but she's muzzled. And when I say muzzled, I heard that she has received death threats. But putting that aside, and when I say putting that aside, I'm not diminishing it, the importance of it. What I'm saying, when I say muzzled, I'm talking about under the Jamaican law, she's muzzled, because she cannot prosecute anyone. All she can do is just go look at your paperwork, make sure everything is in order, do a report, send it off, put it on the website, and send it off to the various ministries, including the Ministry of Finance. That's all. She should, yeah, bridle is a good word. She should be, I think she should be given more power. She should be given more power. Like, for example, she should be given power to refer matters to the DPP for prosecution. Or maybe what they could do is, because they have the expertise in auditing, maybe they should have attorneys assigned to her unit that can prosecute cases. They probably should get a fiat from the DPP so that they can prosecute cases. But most of you have never seen this lady before, but she's one of the most powerful women in Jamaica in terms of her responsibility for the people of Jamaica to make sure that monies are accounted for. Here she is.
Cousins as well. So I can invite you for a confirmation, Member Guy. So Member Guy moved for confirmation, seconded by Member Cousins. Thank you very much. Any matters arising from the minutes? No? Okay, thank you. Madam AG, let me welcome you, and could I invite you to introduce the team that is here with you?
Good morning, Chairman, members, and the contingent from the Ministry of Health. Today I have with me Deputies Auditor General Carolyn Lewis and Gail Lulim, accompanied by Hyacinth Williams, Kamala Farkinson, Sandy Daly, Alicia Richards, Rochelle Bailey, Ricardo Hall, and Kevin Wright. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Blake, could you introduce your team from the Ministry of Finance?
I didn't tell you, her name is Pamela Monroe Ellis, the Auditor General.
Morning, Chair, members, and the rest of persons. Hope Blake, Deputy Financial Secretary, and with me today is Barrington Thomas, Head of the Accounting and Financial Policy Unit.
Thank you. Mr. Brand, Permanent Secretary, could you introduce the team from the Ministry of Health? Can we check that the mic is...
Let me go. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I get her.
Accountability and governance process.
That's the Thank you. It's our custom. We ask the Auditor General to offer some opening remarks, and then
you're gonna hear some opening from remarks that will shock you. This lady is fearless. She's fearless. She's punching above her weight when you see her in Parliament, because she could have easily taken a road where she wouldn't say cause an upset, but she did cause an upset because of the things that she revealed, and she doesn't pull any punches. It's just too bad that we don't see more of her and we don't have more people like her. But here we go. Watch and appreciate the brilliance and the courage of this woman.
Yes, we'll ask you to respond with brief opening remarks before we go into the details. So, Madam Auditor General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take it that you want me to speak to the matter in the annual report, or do you want me to speak generally?
Well, there are three sets of issues we're going to be looking at: the annual report for 21-22, the compliance audit compendium report, and also the performance audit. We're going to take them in order, but you can, as I said, just generally, because they're going to be, I know, a lot of questions on each.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll set the context for our reports. As is revealed in the annual report, the compendium report representing the review of the COVID-19 expenditure by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and to some extent the performance audit report, they're is evidence that there is significant room for improving the accountability and governance process at the Ministry of Health.
You hear that? Significant room for improvement. What shall I say? Them a feel over there. They're failing.
And I say this against the backdrop that, as you will see from the annual report, the recurring issue of the absence of financial reports. And now these financial reports are not only required by the Constitution, but you will appreciate that every organization must give account for its stewardship over the financial resources allocated and in our case appropriated under the Act. In this case, the Ministry of Health has been found wanting for a number of years. The 2022 report speaks to a 9-year deficit, and a table is provided. Mr. Chairman, I also want to bring to your attention that the ministry has responded to say that action is being taken.
People, I want to pay close attention. Whatever you do, stop for a second. Just listen to this lady. How she could just lay it out cool and calm. Just listen to how she lay it out. And how she going to tell you about excuses with them get every year in terms of providing paperwork showing where the money went and the purposes for the money. Let me go back a little bit.
To address the deficit, and we should be provided with the accountability and governance process at the Ministry of Health. And I say this against the backdrop that, as you will see from the annual report, the recurring issue of the absence of financial reports. And now these financial reports are not only required by the Constitution, but you will appreciate that every organization must give account for its stewardship over the financial resources allocated and in our case appropriated under the Act. In this case, the Ministry of Health has been found wanting for a number of years. The 2022 report speaks to a 9-year deficit, and a table is provided. Mr. Chairman, I also want to bring to your attention that the ministry has responded to say that action is being taken to address the deficit, and we should be provided with the appropriation accounts in soon order. However, the ministry gave the same commitment in 2018. In fact, the annual report for 2018 said that the ministry has since indicated that the outstanding appropriation accounts will be completed by the end of the financial year 18-19. 18-19 passed, no appropriation accounts. 19-20 passed, no appropriation accounts. 2021, the ministry provided an additional reason in the frame of the challenges with the Finman system, but indicated that it had been resolved and the accounts were with the internal auditor to be reviewed. Well, 2022, we received the same explanation with the same promise to present the financial statements. Now, we're talking about in total $560 billion, Mr. Chairman, for which the ministry has not fulfilled its financial and fiduciary responsibility to provide a report on. I'll just give a synopsis as it relates to the COVID-19, which I believe the same weakness in the financial governance arrangement is revealed in the expenditure process for the COVID-19 expenditure. And let me just hasten to add that I do understand that it was an emergency, and of course it was unprecedented, so the ministry was expected to respond in a manner that it had not responded before or be called on to respond. However, that does not negate the need to ensure that the expenditure meet the requisite guidelines that exist and that accountability and transparency is preserved. I also want to indicate that the audit of the COVID-19 expenditure was executed in June 2020, having advised the ministry in May 2020 that we were going to execute the audit. And the purpose of that audit is not to castigate the ministry, but recognizing, as an Auditor General, recognizing the emergency situation and the likelihood that controls would be relaxed and the significant sums of money involved, because we're talking about over $8 billion that was allocated to the ministry to execute its responsibility under the COVID-19. We used the audit as a means of a preventative and a corrective measure. And so it was, whereas we did not do the real-time audit as we did for the COVID care program, I commissioned an audit that I call a near-time audit, because we just didn't have the resources to do a real-time audit as we did in the other cases. So the aim of this audit really was to identify weaknesses and provide guidance to the ministry. I believe that the cover letter that we sent to the ministry, setting out our intent to audit the expenditure, actually provided, in my opinion, the expectation, something as basic as contracts, which is going to be maybe a contentious issue here this morning, Mr. Chairman. I gather that the Permanent Secretary will address his own views on that. But overall, we're talking about 619 million, I think, as at March 31st, 2021, plus 124 million for infrastructure payments that were made, that I just cannot conclude that I'm satisfied that the systems were in place and the evidence exists that the government received the value for all the monies spent, Mr. Chairman. And that's really the crux of the matter. As it pertains to the performance.
We don't need to say not more. No, that's a true professional right there.
Yeah, but you listen to her talking in a Rattigan, and she's talking about all this money that has been appropriated to the ministry. And it's, in a nutshell, it's basically, show me the receipt. Because you show the receipt, it's supposed to match up with the money that was spent. That you gave $100 million, it's supposed to itemize, a receipt supposed to show what was spent where, when, who got paid, all of that. So she basically did not get the receipts to prove that. So when the word unaccounted is used, no one is saying the money was stolen. It's just that they have no proof of how the money was spent. It's as simple as that. But, you know, bringing up COVID, and here is where the problem is with this government. COVID was a pandemic, right? Then you had Beryl, and now you have Melissa. Do you see a through line there? Mm-hmm. Money was unaccounted for in COVID. Money is accounted for in Beryl. Now we're going to have Melissa. So can you imagine what her report is going to be like for Melissa? Because I'm sure there hasn't been any closure with regard to COVID. And no one is talking about the amount of money that the government borrowed for Beryl. And here we're now talking about monies being borrowed for Melissa. So all of these things combined show you a broader picture of a government who just run amok with corruption. And you know, they tried to get rid of her, right? They tried they tried to fire her because they wanted to
after the Integrity Commission, they wanted to get rid of her.
Integrity Commission, yes, because they were saying, but she's a valued part of the Integrity Commission because her reports are essential to their investigations. So wanting to take her off really, you know, is concerning. But listening to her speak, she's a consummate professional. And in the words of the Prime Minister, she's not afraid of nobody. You understand? She's
Yeah. I think she was very cordial, but she wasn't mixing words.
She was matter of fact. Yeah, she was matter of fact. You know, and like they say, you're one is entitled to their own opinion, but not their own set of facts.
True.
And they cannot dispute the facts. And when she talked about contracts, Market Me comes to mind. Market Me comes to mind because there was no need for that $85 million contract in the Ministry of Health for what that company did, because they already had a company in the Ministry of Health tasked with doing all of those things that Market Me was doing. So it was like a double billing. It was unnecessary. So you can see now where monies really are just going out and nobody seems to care to make sure their reports are written, and in their reports they have their receipts to match with the monies that come out of the ministries. And that is a major problem, because he talked about the $100 and something million for infrastructure. Infrastructure, in essence, is the fixing our hospitals. So we look at the condition of the hospitals. The videos are there. Are they not seeing the same thing that we are seeing? Are so many people telling lies? So we can see that of a truth. There's something missing there. There are many missing links, because the hospitals are broken and the money is not accounted for. And again, no one is saying the money was stolen. People are just saying who got the money, how it was spent. And like she said, she doesn't see where the government gets value for money. And, you know, if the government really had any integrity, they would put more money into the office of the Auditor General and to make sure she do her work, because she is on top of her game. And she's trying to save the government money. She's trying to save taxpayers' dollars. So to come after her the way they have been is really a sad state of affairs. And it's an indictment on the government for doing that, because she's doing her job.
And you know, she made another very good point, in addition to the ones that you noted, in that she said, look, an audit, I'm not coming after you for an audit. I'm not coming out. The audit is to make sure you abide by the rules so that you can identify your mistakes, correct them. And they don't see it that way.
They don't see that. They see it as an attack on them personally. So if they see it as an attack on them,
that's how
exactly.
That's how corruption works. Yeah.
Exactly. Because if they're taking it personal, then clearly something is wrong somewhere.
Well, it's very telling that I have surrounded myself, or this iteration of me is surrounded by women. Somebody told me once, they said, if you really want to succeed in life, surround yourself with women. And believe me, I have a small group, tight-knit women around me, and it's working out. And when I look in Jamaica, a lot of my heroine, because the female of our hero is a heroine. People just call them heroes. And women are the people that I look up to and them inspire me. And one of them certainly is the Auditor General.
Yes, brilliant woman.
Yeah, another one is this lady. I'm gonna dig through this information.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna dig through it, and I'm gonna figure out what the hell's going on. And Jeanette, what you said to me, which was, you know, I remembered it, but I really didn't think about it, was you said, well, this $3 trillion that we're talking about, it did not happen overnight. There were signs about this thing going as far back as January. Could you please explain that to the public for me?
Sure. I mean, when it came out in January, it also wasn't a shock for me because I've been reading Auditor General's report. Before JAMP started, I read 41 reports. And that is what inspired me to start because I saw the quality of work. I saw the tenacity. I saw that regardless of the fact that Parliament and media and people not paying attention to them, this office just kept on doing the work for us. So in January, when the Gleaner, Edmund Campbell, excellent parliamentary reporter, came out and said, I think on the 21st of January, there's a $1 trillion crisis. I smiled. I said, boy, this crisis has been going on forever. But it was very good that the Gleaner was now bringing it to light. If I can just give you an example, Ministry of Education. There's a situation that even though the Ministry of Education has not given to the Auditor General by law their accounts for the last 9 years, that represents $902 billion that we don't really know how a cent has been spent. The Auditor General still goes in regardless of the fact that they're not giving her their financials, and she audits them. She audits programs and she audits projects. One of the projects or programs that she audits is the early childhood. Everybody here know that that is how we're going to fix education, investing in early childhood. And I should say this. When you think about our budget, I'm just interrupting myself for a very important second to say, when you think of our budget, folks, that $1.3 trillion, after we pay our debt, just like our parents teach us, when you get your pay, you pay your debt first, all the way you owe people. And then you rent, and then you figure out the rest. We pay our debt first. Will, which sector do you think gets the largest share of the budget after we pay our debt?
Education.
It's education. And I'm sure every Jamaican listening would have said, Jeanette, that should be the place because that's how we're going to develop people's lives and this country. So education gets a whopping amount of money. And we're not getting a cent for the last 9 years in terms of reports. But the AG doesn't stop there. She goes into the projects and she audits them. Early Childhood Commission. I have looked back as far as 10 years and almost every single year without fail, there's an audit finding that says this project is overpaying people. Why? They leave, nobody makes a note of it, but they continue to pay the people that have left. Now, Will, you tell me. You make that mistake 1 year. You say, all right, come on, let's be fair, guys. People make mistakes. I make mistakes. You might even say you make it 2 years because maybe you never even hear said the Auditor General did flag it. But from 2015 till now, I think it might be about 6 times or more that the Auditor General is saying the number is increasing. The number is increasing. You have to go find these people and get back the taxpayers' money. After 1 year, 2 years, you set yourself mistake. But after that, folks, come on, man. What can go so? So I am just see you laughing, Will. So I'm just saying that I sent to Will because I wanted him to see examples and upon examples that though the Auditor General is not getting the financial, there are some hair-raising things that she's finding out every year within the Ministry of Education, the same Ministry of Health, the same Ministry of Labor and Social Security. That would shock everybody that is listening to me tonight. Shock you. You wouldn't believe that this could happen once, but the things that happen over and over and over again, it's just gross mismanagement. I call it a betrayal of the people. That's what it is.
Well, let me move Janet there. No, here's what happened. OT has the report, the 3 trillion report that, okay, no, here it is. Let me just show you a little bit of this and then this is the OT I don't have control. Yeah, I don't have control over it. Well, I think I do. OT, move that up, please. Yeah. Keep going. This is the report. Keep going. Keep going. We just want to get to the all right, here. Yeah, stop. All right, there we go. This is what we're talking about. Remember, she was talking about early childhood. You can pick that up. Okay. See, look at early childhood. This said, as of March 31st, 2022, the total amount of overpayment to early child was 36.55 million, some of which date back to 2011. Then you go to the Council of Community Colleges, and they're just listing. Oh, keep going up. You understand this one? Keep going up. All right, stop right there. You see this one here, people? Joint Committee for Tertiary Education, 124 million. We talked about this before, people. That money is gone. Now, when she said 3 trillion unaccounted for, this money is accounted for. Accounted, and let me just use a layman's term because there's a technical definition of it. It's accounted for in the sense that we know when the money came, we know who got the money, but guess what? They shouldn't have gotten the money. So that money is gone. So it's unaccounted for in the technical sense because they don't have the paperwork. They don't have some of the paperwork. But in another sense, that money is gone. And when they talk about value for money, the Jamaican people got no value for this money here. 124 million. And I think they said 104. They attributed that to Dean Roy Bernard, who's now the permanent secretary in Babsy Grange's ministry. And the 20 or so they left that at the doorstep of Grace McLean, who's now a student. She decided after them try to get the money from her, and between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education, they dilly-dally until the time run out, and now that money is gone. There's no surcharge action. Them can't get back the money. In fact, they can't get back not even a cent out of that 124 million. It's gone forever. And now Grace McLean, she got away scot-free, and now she's at UA studying law. But these are some of the things that they found out. Now, OT, let me remove that and go to the interview that is causing all kinds of problems. First, let me put this.
Rattigan, is it in the same report that the 50 million which Royal Reed is now in court for would be a part of that same unaccounted for monies?
Yes, all the monies that they can't account for, all the monies, it's up to. I don't know if there's an update to the report, but anything missing up to the time of that, but not miss anything unaccounted for. Where there's
unaccounted for, yes.
Yeah, and when they say unaccounted for, they include, as you just saw, they include stuff that you can account for, but there's no value for money. It's gone.
There's no value for money, right? Yeah.
It's gone. Because they have the receipts showing that the money went to this place. And in fact, in that case, the Auditor General went to the Auditor General's in a report. They said they told Grace McLean not to give any more money to that organization. Mm-hmm. And despite that, and Grace McLean knew that she wasn't supposed to give them any more money. She gave them like $20 million more. She gave them more money, right? Wow. So that's that. Mm-hmm. Then we have this lady here. Where is she? A lot of you, for some reason, you don't think highly of her. Here she is. By the way, this lady now is not one of my heroines. No, she's not.
Transparency. Ministries clarify no missing funds amidst reports and audits.
News quite a bit, and it relates to appropriations accounts and some stories that have very much been taken out of context. And this morning we're here to give clarity on those reports and for us to talk about the fact that there's no missing funds. And so we have with us this morning two very important women with us. We have our Minister of Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Favour Williams, with us. And we have our Financial Secretary, Darlene Morrison with us here today at Post Cabinet. And so I'm going to ask the Minister if she could come and speak first, and then we'll invite the Financial Secretary after. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Uh-oh.
Allow me to begin by acknowledging, my colleague Minister, Honorable Robert Lester Morgan, who had to slip out, colleague Minister, Senator, the Honorable Dana Morris-Dixon, our Financial Secretary, Ms. Darlene Morrison. I know we have PS Troop here from the Ministry of Education, Girls, Youth and Information, and Chief Education Officer, Mrs. Terry Thomas Gale. Members of the media, Jamaicans all, good morning again. Making the rounds in social media, emails, and other media is an article written by Kimon Francis of the Jamaica Gleaner about findings by Jamaica Accountability Media Portal that some $3 trillion are accounted for or unaccounted for. In that same article, I want to highlight that Kimon of the Gleaner said that Jeanette Calder, Executive Director of Jamaica Accountability Media Portal, herself said, it is not that the money is missing. It is that reports due to the Auditor General have not been submitted by several ministries. So I want to repeat that. It is not that the money is missing. It is that reports due to the Auditor General have not been submitted by several ministries. Appropriations accounts are annual reports that are to be submitted to the Auditor General to allow the Auditor General to do an audit. Appropriations accounts reflect the ministry's expenditure in a financial year compared against the amounts approved. In October, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service puts out what is known as the budget call. And this goes out as the budgets have to be within prescribed
She's
limits.
just giving the procedure
to
submit.
During the year, on a monthly basis, they have to use to pay back, to make debt payments and interest of finance and the public service, the completion of these reports at the standard that is required by the Auditor General. The goal, of course, is to get to 16. So the new administration that came in at that time would have had a difficult time bringing those accounts up to speed, and that's what we're witnessing here.
Yeah, well, what she said there is not true. She's talking about a system that they fixed and that it took time for them to. That's the Auditor General didn't say that, and we found out that that's not the case. That's not entirely the case. They did have a change in system, but it didn't affect the reporting the way she's saying it affected. Because remember, this reporting we're talking way back, coming forward.
It's across administrations.
It's across administrations, and they just implemented the system just a few years ago, and it didn't take long for them to get up to speed. So what she's doing is she's just providing a red herring. She's just saying, and if you notice, the way she addressed the question was to start talking about the budgetary process and the budget call. People do this and that. No, we don't want to hear about that. We want to hear about where is the money. No, some people would equate unaccounted funds with missing funds and say it's missing, and to some degree they would be right. They would be right to some degree they'd be right. But I think what JAMP was saying is that it's unaccounted for. It's not missing, but it's unaccounted for. And the reason why they say it's not missing, they're saying because the money was disbursed, so it's not missing. We know where the money went, but it's just that they provide the paperwork to show us, all the details, and we don't.
And to make sure that the monies are being spent on the things that they were appropriated for, and the persons who were to get paid as a result of that appropriation, that those persons got paid. Because as she said, with regard to the Ministry of Education, monies were being paid to persons who already left for years. So when you listen to what Ms. Calder was saying, is that going back to 2015. So if this government was serious about accountability, as many times, they said the previous administration didn't do this and we do this, you would think that now they would, grasp at the idea of finally getting the books together and finally holding people accountable. But they seem to have been worse than any other administration. So it's not about any one administration, it's over. But it seems to me that, because going back to 2015 would have been at the end of the Portia Simpson, coming to the end of the Portia Simpson Miller administration, because Andrew Holness came into office 2016. So then the burden then would now be on his administration because it's now 10 years in. So what are the excuses? There can be none. There can be none. So they're not really serious about accountability. And if they were really serious about the overall health of their ministries, no pun intended there, then they would make sure that reports are done in a timely manner, they're completed, and they would put pressure on the persons with whom they are doing business to make sure they can complete their reports and turn them over to the Auditor General. But it shouldn't be the same thing over and over, year in and year out. It means that nobody cares. And that is why you can have these things falling through these are not even cracks, falling through the floor, because no accountability is taking place. So they can be paying a person, Rattigan, they pay the person for a task that they last year, and they paid them the year before, and they paid them the year before. So that is what seems to be happening. And they can be overpaying for something, and because there's no accountability, you don't know that you're overpaying for something that you already paid money for. So where's the proof that you spent the money on that which it was appropriated for? And at the end of the day, who feels it? It's the people of Jamaica who are suffering and feeling it the most. They don't care, because at the end of the day, they still get their big salaries and go home. But the people are the ones who have to go to these hospitals where they're sitting on benches and chairs and not getting proper health care. And the students who have to go to schools that have no benches, and teachers who don't have the resources they need to work in a safe and environment.
And they come in front of the podium, in front of the microphone. They come on the podium in front of the microphone, and they spew these
rubbish
truths. Yeah, because they know it's not true. But you know what? Because you know what? They're counting on this.
Oh my God! And they're stupid. They are dunce.
Oh my
God! And they're stupid.
That's what they
call it. But you know something? It is time for Minister Vaz to elevate his speech, his vocabulary. It cannot be only 2 words. It bad mind, and he has to elevate it. He has some really bright people in the parliament. Adapt something from them. Fake it till he makes it. He's been there too long to be still continuing with this ghetto, bullying attitude in the parliament. Raise his standard, raise the standard, bring himself up to the office, because the truth of the matter is he has diminished the office just by the things that he says. So you really can't take them seriously. And he must remember that anything to do with negotiations and contracts, and he shouldn't be calling anybody dark and stupid. Because there's so many questions that he has yet to answer to. He shouldn't be calling anybody dark and stupid.
We're going to get to him, but we're going to just finish up this piece with JAMP, because now they're saying that JAMP made a mistake, or JAMP apologized for making a mistake, saying that JAMP is saying that there's no missing funds, blah, blah, blah.
Ignoring accountability in post-hurricane recovery and the importance of transparency.
15 minutes after 11 tonight. How are you?
Yes, sir. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. Just wanted to discuss 2 quick things with you this morning around accountability.
Yes.
We've had some good news, I'm sure you've heard, regarding as you know, folks have been demanding to know and are concerned about what accountability measures the government will be putting in place regarding the hurricane recovery expenditure.
Yeah.
Whether it's monetary or non-monetary, what is to come of the contributions that have been made. We've heard it from the media, we have heard it from citizens on social media, the private sector. And I'm sure you've heard about the Auditor General's intentions, and I've already begun doing a real-time audit.
Yes.
Which I'm very proud to share, as I did in the papers, that this is something not new. We did it in COVID, and it really served the country, built in some really serious efficiencies in the system. We managed to catch things before they go wrong, and it was really an outstanding best practice, so we were really glad to see it happening again. But the thing of it is, while we've been rejoicing and the citizens have been, celebrating that something like that is taking place, is there a need for more, Cliff, is the question. I wanted to ask you, get your thoughts on that. Is that sufficient?
And is there a need for more?
For more accountability mechanisms to be built in to the oversight. And just to ask you, what are your thoughts on what more you think we could do other than the real-time audit, as important as that is?
Well, I go to, as I hear that question of more accountability, I go to the procurement systems we have, because we have some real challenges there. And I think one of the things we need to do better in terms of accountability is the flow of information, transparency. Who or which entities are applying for what and getting what and how. I think surely it's not beyond us as a practitioner in media, for us to be able to get to a point where we, at the click, go online, we can say, okay, so we know construction is going to be a huge issue going forward post Melissa. Who are the people how is it that we're going to choose the 5,000 beneficiaries for the 5,000 containerized units that are coming? How is it to be done? We can put that up online, Yeah,
I agree. Totally. So when you say procurement, you're also thinking about the number of contracts that the government will have to award for the rebuilding process itself.
And not only number of contracts, but the scope of those contracts, the deliverables, and the process for choosing the contract awardees.
Absolutely. I have some good news, though, Chris, in that regard. At least I consider it good news for those of your listeners who are familiar. Greg Christie back in 2006 had started a practice which I have bragged and boasted about, and I don't get a chance to brag about, what government does a lot. So when I get a chance, I really take it. But Mr. Christie had started his initiative, which the government has embraced, and we've done it for about 15 years, where every contract over 500,000, it started a little smaller, but it got to the point up to 2020 where anything over 500,000, a contract that was being awarded, people's funds, the public funds were being utilized. You had to report it at the time to the Office of the Contractor General. When the Integrity Commission came in, it was also included in the legislation that it was required. And the compliance with it was also very high, over 90%. Any citizen could go to the Integrity Commission's website and see which contractor, as you say, what scope of work, the manner in which it was awarded. Was it a direct contract? Means that nobody else never get a chance, just somebody get it. Was it an open tender? And it's an outstanding best practice. Now, that has stopped since 2020, October. A very concerning thing, largely because the Integrity Commission read a section of the law, 56.1, that they believe prevents them from sharing this information. But in February, during the review of the Act, the committee that was reviewing it agreed that that was not their intention. So their recommendation is that we should go back to making it public. Now, here's the good news. Not just that the committee has signaled the intention that the Parliament believes the public should have this kind of information, crisis or not. But the Ministry of Finance, I've been writing to them because I know that they are also coming up with a database.
Yeah.
I believe, Cliff, that database is actually up and running. It's something I need to go and check on. If you're familiar with the word GoJet, It's GOJEP, GOJEP. It's the Ministry of Finance's electronic procurement database.
I'm not familiar with it.
But we can talk about it another time, but I'm saying I've written to the ministry last week for confirmation, but I understand that they're actually now going to be posting more real time what contracts are being awarded. So I would imagine, if it has already started, that for the reconstruction process, you will be able to go there and see that kind of thing. I'm just sharing that with you because that is good news. That is transparency at its best. For 4 years, we have not been able, you, the media, citizens can't see where is our money flowing, but thanks to the Ministry of Finance, I think we're back there again. So that was one of the things I wanted to say. I'm looking forward also to a dashboard capturing what you said about procurement, but just the whole flow of where the contributions are going, who is benefiting, and all of that kind of stuff. So,
yes.
I mean, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You call.
I'm just saying that, I'm counting on the media to continue to press in about it because, I think that a month has passed and there have been persons who have thought it insensitive. For example, I think a week after the hurricane, I started to ask questions about this. And there are persons who say, boy, Jeanette, it's really insensitive to bring that up now, But I don't think they understand that that's a question. What are the accountability measures that the government is going to put in place? But I think when citizens hear that question, Cliff, they think you are accusing the government of something. Yes, so I wanted to really say to you and to your listeners today, and I suspect you would agree with me, let me know if you don't, that, for example, when Dr. Clark asked the Auditor General in 2020 and in 23 to do a real-time audit, he wasn't saying the government can't be trusted enough. He was actually, if anything, protecting not just our funds, but also protecting the government. In other words, when people flag complaints, our rumors start to buzz, as the Prime Minister has been talking about recently. What you have, Cliff, is what? A paper trail, so you can address the matters and protect the government. So I want to put it out there because things tend to get misunderstood. And so it's a good thing for the public. It's a good thing for beneficiaries. And you want to know the other good thing, Cliff? When people know there are accountability measures in place, wouldn't you agree that it modifies the behaviors of those who probably intend to abuse our system?
Yes, it does. And also it inspires confidence in the system.
Absolutely. So those are all the reasons I just wanted to flag this morning for why. What is the motive? What is the reason behind saying these things ought to be
One of the things I will say to you, Jeanette, and it is something we need to grapple with, because we know we have a finger-fearing problem in Jamaica, okay? So let us not beat around the bush. We know we have a finger-fearing problem. People will do things, for juggle, it's part of the Anansi mentality, for juggle. How do we, for example, a crisis like we now have, post-Melissa, where people are having the sky as their rules, the sky as their roofs. Well, it's when you go to, we were in Westmoreland last week, and when you go through communities along that southern coast, from White House, Belmont, New Hope, into Savlamar, Cave, places that you couldn't see beyond 2-3 meters from the main road. You can now see for miles. And what is most, distressing, the houses are without roofs. Question, the government we have, not only the government, we have a problem. How do we put back roofs on those houses and on what kind of houses? Quickly, how do we modify the procurement procedures to reduce the time to deliver those roofs to those Jamaicans? That, to me, is one of the challenges we have. And I don't want to use the term short circuit, Oh, she dropped? How do we reduce? The question I wanted to put to Jeanette was, how do we reduce the bureaucracy while at the same time maintaining the integrity of the system so that we can get those badly, desperately needed roofs? You're back with me, Jeanette.
Yes, I am, but I heard the question. Well, I want to say this to you. I'm an architect by profession and training, Cliff. So I can tell you I've been to places. One in particular was Colombia in Bogota. Years ago, so this is not new, where I watched a pickup come in to a space to demonstrate to us how they could put a house together in less than a day. They had modular units, follow me now, these are prefabricated units, but they were done at a size that you didn't need a crane to put it together. A family of 4 could have walls and windows and a roof up. So when I say finish, I mean shelter. I don't mean plumbing. That would have to come, because you said to me the roofs are gone. What we're trying to do is to give them what? Shelter from sun and rain. Because no tree no down there, no shelter even from a tree, right? I'm saying, I remember when I did this, it was like back in 2006, I'm in the Ministry of Housing. There are all kinds of fiberglass modular units. Before I left government, I knew of developers in Jamaica that had come up with ways to have light and cost-effective to just quickly assemble a unit. Since the hurricane, I have been wondering what has happened to these solutions, because I don't think where we've all been looking, which is the container, is the only solution that is out there. So I don't want to get too deep into it, because there's another matter I want to touch on with it. But what I'm saying is that there are so many examples of how other countries have quickly got people back into some semblance of a shelter. And I don't mean bitch up, right? Because these panels, by the way, were concrete, the ones that I was looking at in Colombia. So, Cliff, I would imagine that the policy unit at NHT, these are conferences that they go to, when they see these things post. Nonsense, I put my mind to these things, but I will. I'll take you up on that. Yeah. The other thing I want to say to you before you run me off and tell me, Jeanette, you're talking off. It still has to do with accountability, Cliff, but it is a long overdue exchange between you and I. It has to do with the fact that we're going to be talking about accountability for a while. And again, the Prime Minister in the last couple of days spoke about his concern for misinformation and disinformation, right? And there's a difference. Misinformation is when you make a mistake, and disinformation is when you set out to deceive.
Yeah.
And both of those things are happening. So when he uses the word accountability or any derivative of it, it's very important that people understand what these words are. And I believe that there has been a disconnect certainly with the people who listen to your program. And you raised the matter on the 10th of November, and I only discovered it last week. That's why I reached out to Nora. So I wanted to talk to you about the issue of the word accounting for or to account to. Because we want, I think you'd agree with me that, civil society and media is here to educate, inform, and to help people to understand issues and things, or even words that are not in their usual lexicon. So I wanted to talk to you about your understanding and my understanding and what I believe is the understanding of the word to account for something, because that's what we've been talking about here already. So on the 10th of November, you had a caller who shared with you, he said his name was Junior, and he shared with you about his...
Hold on for me. Let me just clear the commercial break. Yes, Jeanette, you were saying on the 10th of November.
Right. There was a caller who called in. He identified himself as Junior, and he was sharing with you his experience of a visit to Westmoreland. And he was really pretty emotional about... I remember him saying to you, Cliff, me a big man, me no boss, but still, he went down there and he was terribly impacted by it. And he was complaining about the slow response of the government in getting the electrical poles up. And you were rightly correcting him, reminding him of the role of the JPS versus the government. In the process of your correcting him and helping him to understand it, he pivoted to what I would say was a concern for general slow, in his view, a slow response of the government in general at the time. And he referenced a report about $3 trillion that was unaccounted for. And those were his exact words. You interrupted him right then and there because you were concerned for a statement which you said you needed to, statements like that, and I'm quoting you here, Cliff, you thought he was spouting political propaganda that has been proven to not be so, and you felt that it was a lie and a disinformation that was causing toxicity, which you said you needed to deny, to dismiss, and to counter it because what he was saying was not helpful. So you did indicate that he was referring to the report that JAMP had done and statements I had made. But you said about 2 years ago, but Cliff, it was just a year ago. I'm flying, but I want to come and talk to you about it because I think it's an overdue exchange on the matter, but more importantly, I am not interested in looking too much at the past, but I am interested in that when reports begin to come out, whether the Auditor General or anywhere, and somebody says, this person needs to account for X, or this has not been accounted for, or this is unaccounted for, we need the people of Jamaica, we need the listeners to really understand what the word means, and I don't believe that they do. And I wanted to share with you that just a look in any dictionary online or otherwise, the word to account for, and if I drop it in, which I did this morning, it simply means to give a satisfactory record of something. It actually says here typically money that you're responsible for. And Google gives an example. It says, I had to account for every penny I spent.
Yeah.
It gives one other example. It says it also to provide or serve as a satisfactory explanation for something. And the example it gave you was he was brought before the board to account for his behavior. When we had the match the other day, Cliff, if I had said to you the World Cup qualifying match accounted for the delays in the traffic flow, it means that it what? It explains it. Yeah? If somebody said the death of his mother affected his performance on the field, it accounted for his poor performance. So the word accounted for simply means to give a satisfactory record of something, an explanation.
But in Jamaica,
yes.
In Jamaica.
Hold on, Cliff, before we want to in Jamaica, because I want to say, or maybe I should let you, but in Jamaica, we speak English. One, in Jamaica, we have an Auditor General that provided reports over the last, many decades, long before we even became independent. And JAMP has been looking at these reports. I have been personally looking at them from when I was in government. But as an organization, we did some research where our source was an Auditor General, where the term unaccounted for and account for is used all the time. So in Jamaica, an official report from government utilizes a word, and I've even brought examples from those reports, if it would help. So in Jamaica, where that research took place, in the reports that we looked at, that is not a strange word, not in an auditing, not in an accountant, and not even in regular use. But in Jamaica, last year this time, JAMP made a mistake. And the mistake is that we were naive in not understanding. I think I would say the environment at the time, I genuinely didn't understand that this would have become what I think was a political football, where persons did abuse another word, which is missing, and missing accounted for don't mean missing. It means that when somebody submits a financial report, you might come to the conclusion after you get the report, if you're not satisfied, you might say, and you might not say, that money is missing. But the word unaccounted for Cliff does not mean missing. Now, here's the beauty of it, and I just wanted to say it to you and to your listeners who came out after November the 10th. I mean, if I didn't understand what it was, but social media, my timeline blew up about these reports, and I couldn't understand where it came from. Last week, my communications officer came across the interview with a young man. So I just want to put on the record that the very day we met with the media, and we explained the concern for the $3 trillion worth of reports that had not been given to the Auditor General, I had said it does not mean missing. I want to put on the record that the front page report the very next day, December the 4th, so it's almost exactly a year, The article on the front page, I am so happy that the reporter actually said, and Jeanette Calder indicated that she's not saying, JAMP is not saying, it is missing. The third thing I want to say to your listeners and yourself is the very cabinet, post-cabinet press briefing that raised it, and I can provide you with a date if you need it. The Minister of Finance indicated that Jeanette Calder of JAMP had indicated from day one that it does not mean that it is not missing. So for 12 months, Cliff, our credibility has been called into question. Persons who listen to the program all the time and certainly to the interview on the 10th of November have come back out to accuse JAMP. And I just thought it would be fair, not just looking in the past, but looking forward and investing in information that may or may not come out, that if the Auditor General say that there is something for which no one has given account for or it is unaccounted for, to let them know that it does not mean that it is missing. What are your thoughts on that?
I think your intervention this morning is needed, was needed, and I think and I hope will go a far way in putting to bed that issue. And I'll tell you why. It came up during that discussion, and the moment I announced that you were joining me this morning, my YouTubers, some of them, went berserk over this very issue.
Oh, there you go.
Very issue. Yeah? So I think now you have made it very clear you were not accusing anyone of thieving any money. Yeah? Because what came out of that entire episode from that publication was totally misreported in some quarters, in some social media spaces, as if Osita, JAMP and Jeanette said the government, Andrew Holness government, thief how many trillions of dollars.
Right.
And that has been replicated, Jeanette, in multiple posts online, not on traditional media, but in the social media space. In fact, it is often cited as a beating stick for the Holness administration. And it has become part of the dog fight between the political activists and bloggers online in Jamaica. So I think your intervention this morning is very clear. That's not what you were saying. You never did. Yeah? But, you know, Jeanette, we have a problem, we have another problem, And this is how information is presented and manipulated now. Yeah? And it is a global problem. In Jamaica, night after night, day after day, when I find a little time to check my timeline on social media. Yeah? It is crazy. It is madness.
All right. We'll stop it right there. So the whole thing about it is that they were saying that Jeanette called Jeanette, well, not Jeanette, JAMP's report that 3 trillion unaccounted for equated to JAMP saying the government thief the money. Here's the thing. If you walk out of the house with an umbrella, I see you walking out with the umbrella. I don't know what's going on outside, but I can make a reasonable assumption that it's probably going to rain. You probably know it's going to rain, and that's why you take the umbrella, right? Or in Jamaica, people them call parasol. People go if it's sun too hot, but there is a weather condition that's going to cause you to use that umbrella, right? Similarly, if she says the money is unaccounted for, and you go in and you look, and you come across the 124 to the Tertiary Commission, then it's reasonable to say this money was essentially stolen because nobody benefited from it. We know, and here's the key. Here's why words are so important. When you say unaccounted for, should be correct because we can account for the money. We know where the money came from. We know who received the money. We know when.
Mhm.
But the question is, should they have received that money? And if the
Mhm.
answer is no, they shouldn't have received the money, then you say, well, how do you classify those funds?
Exactly. Well, yeah. But you know, all the dancing around the issue doesn't negate the fact that Jamaica has a serious corruption problem. It doesn't negate the fact that monies are unaccounted for in ministries. Okay, so that issue was last year. Has there been any update to prove or to show the accounting for these monies? There has been none. And those monies are still unaccounted for to this date, coming to the close of another year. So the problem still exists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what is the dancing around it? It doesn't absolve the government, you know. It still shows a lack of accountability and transparency on the part of the government to make sure that monies that come in, the taxpayer dollars, are spent efficiently, and there's like an accounting for it. So when you give a contract, you know why you gave the contract, to whom the contract was given, and that you are getting value for your money. So if it hasn't changed, why are we having this conversation if there's not an update to say the report that was put out? Here is the ministries have now made amends by doing their reports and updated their reports and presented all the corresponding information as it pertains to the monies that were appropriated to their ministries, i.e. Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Social Security. So if that was not done, what is this conversation about again? Because there has to be an update to invalidate that conversation then. So if there's no update, it still stands that there's this monies that have been unaccounted for and are still unaccounted for. That is the problem. That is the problem.
See the thing that that OT put up with Roy, where it said JAMP is not saying 3 trillion is missing, but Jamaica can say with righteous anger that 3 trillion is stolen. And that's the point.
100%. That is the point. That is the point.
Yeah, if you're walking out with the umbrella, you can somebody can say, well, it's a rain outside, or you expect rain or something like that. Just by the fact that you're walking with the umbrella. So the fact that the money is unaccounted for, somebody could reasonably say it's stolen. And here's a point that you raised a while ago. That's very important. At what point do you say that those funds are not unaccountable for, but they're stolen?
Exactly. If it is not, if there's no update, then we cannot have this. There is no justification.
Exactly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now, you're gonna say, "Oh, that money is
if it's not updated. This is still unaccounted for." 100%. 100%.
And if you ask people who should have the evidence of the spending of these funds, you ask them to say, "Give me the invoices," and they refuse to give you the invoices, then what are you left with?
Exactly. How was the money spent? Because the accountability part, is the knowing how the money was spent. You know it was given. How was it spent? Was it spent in the way that it was intended? Because you can pick the Ministry of Health.
There you go.
And you see, that's what it's all about.
You're right.
And if there's no proof of that, then we still are at square one.
And that's why JAMP is saying, look, all we're saying is that they don't provide receipts for the money, right? But then JAMP responsibility. Now it's up to us now to say, well, wait a minute. A year gone by and the Auditor General is asking for the receipts and they can't come up with the receipts.
Exactly.
So here, look at, all right. Look at this. It says, so what is the real issue? $3 trillion worth of financial reports are outstanding. I'm still not get it yet. And it said, this means for years our public financial laws were broken. People supposed to go to prison for this, And when our taxes are not accounted
no accountability.
Yeah, and when our taxes are not accounted for, meaning that the taxpayers' money that they use, they say when it's not accounted for, the Auditor General cannot assure us that whether they spent the money, whether they spent the right amount, whether it was spent on the right thing, whether spending laws were followed, and whether Jamaicans got value for money. And so this makes corruption easier and more attractive. And so people, it's not that difficult. Here, let me just put it in simple terms. JAMP said the money is unaccounted for, and JAMP and the Auditor General, they're basing that on the fact that there are no invoices.
Report.
There are no reports.
Basically. Right.
Yeah, there are no reports to show the money was spent. Right?
Oh,
but
exactly.
That doesn't stop us from saying, well, wait a minute now. When are we, if we don't get the invoices or the reports, if we don't get them this year, next year, when do we say the money is stolen?
When should we expect them?
When? We can't go on forever. And
no.
There it says, we want to know whether they spent the right amount, right? Take the 124 million that went to the tertiary commission, for example. Whether they spent the right amount. Yes, they spent the right amount. Whether it was spent on the right thing. No, it wasn't spent on the right thing.
Exactly.
It wasn't to them.
But stick up in there, Rattigan. And as a result of it not being spent on the right thing, what were the consequences of that?
Indeed.
That is a part of the accountability issue that they're having.
Yes. Which takes it to point 4, whether Jamaicans got value for money.
For money, yeah.
4 million, Jamaica didn't get a thing for that.
And that is and you see, right, the last one, whether Jamaicans got value for money, that is where the crux of the matter is. Because when you say to a person who goes to the hospital and who's sitting on a chair to get medical attention, and you hear all of these billions that were given to the Ministry of Health, and they're saying, where? For what? When you hear now that medical waste is being piled up, and you hear of all the money that have been given to the Ministry of Health, then you say, then why is medical waste piling up? What is happening? What happened to the incinerator? Is the incinerator working? You see, like this person says, prosecutions should be the order of the day in the absence of receipts. Exactly. That's exactly the point. So if there was no follow-up to hear from the Auditor General that she got because here's the thing, the Auditor General is supposed to get reports from these ministries every year. They're supposed to do a report every year. And they have not been doing that. Why have they not been held accountable for that? So because they know that there's no accountability for them not producing their reports and producing them on time and a complete report, they just keep ignoring it because every ministry has an auditor within the ministry itself. So they're not producing it, not doing their jobs, and they're still getting paid for not doing their jobs. Therein lies the accountability problem. So no one is saying, they're saying, and it's just, wordplay at this point, because when they're saying, oh, it's not missing, we're not saying they stole it, but you don't see the infrastructure to prove that it was in fact spent, because it could be unaccounted for, but you see the monies being spent. You can see that the hospitals are up and running and wordplay, and still at the end of the day, the 3 is still, that is the point. Because if the infrastructure was working, say the hospitals were doing exceptionally well, Cornwall Regional wasn't bleeding money, the incinerators were working, theaters had operating theaters, had air conditioning units and all of that. So, then you could say, yes, they don't have an accounting, they didn't get the report, but you can see that the money was being spent. There is the void. They don't see it. The Jamaican people cannot see that the money was being spent. They do not see it. And there is where the government has the problem. So they can come out and say that all they want, show me the receipts. That's all they're asking for. Show the receipts to match up with the money that you were given for your meal. Because, if this was a business, people would have been fired, and people would have paid the price for not producing their reports on time and accounting for the budget that they got to run their business. So I don't see why the government has not applied that same. The law is there, but it's just not being applied.
Yeah, let me just say to everybody that the easiest way to look at it, right, is that the Auditor General, she's not saying anybody stole anything. What she's saying is that I don't see the receipts. I don't have the receipts, and therefore it's accounted for. And that's what JAMP is saying. No, we the public, we can say, well, you know what? No, the money, them thief the money, because if you spend that money and you can provide receipts, then what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to think?
What are you supposed to believe?
Yeah, we don't trust them.
But Rattigan, if their lived experience, the lived experience of Jamaican people tells them that they don't see that value for money, you cannot blame them for saying that they believe it is stolen. You just cannot blame them, because they are basing it on their lived experience.
Look, here's what happened. The Auditor General and JAMP, they have taken us to the well. Them can't, no, we have to drink the water. And we all drink the water and say, well, them thief the money. Maybe not all 3 trillion, but maybe 2.9 trillion them thief, you know. So because them get some,
and misappropriations went on along the way too. Like in the case of this tertiary institution, where they should not be given that money, but it was still getting the money. People who left a long time were still getting paid. So all those monies are gone. They didn't find those people, and there seems to have not been any update to
you know
these reports.
That's not a good example you point out, because the people who got paid even after they left, years after they left, right? I would still say that that money is accountable. It's not unaccountable, because you know that the money went to a certain person, right? If it's a check, you can see who signed off on the check. You can see where the account it went into. So the money is accountable for you. Know where it went. You know how much money. You know where it went. But the thing is, was it spent on the right thing or right purpose?
Exactly.
No. And what did Jamaica get value for money? No.
No. Right.
That's why I keep saying that.
But then what was the consequence?
I was just about to get to that.
For not following through to make sure it, like she said, like Miss Calder said, it happened 1 year. It shouldn't be happening 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years. That is the problem.
And you know why? Because we have a system in Jamaica that attracts criminals.
Yeah.
Here, it doesn't repel them. Because you know why? The laws are not up to date. That's number one. The ones that are on the books that we call it, they're not enforced equally. Because again, the one who jumped King's House and thief must say Aki or whatever.
He was punished for that.
Exactly. So,
and no one found out whether or not he was hungry. But he was punished for that. And it was food on Crown property. It's not the governor's property.
So it's like, and I'll give you an example. I mean, I love the Auditor General, but we're all at fault. We're not perfect. And I'll give you one case where, because you hear me come out against the integrity, you hear me come out against the commission. And here's one case where, and I've spoken to people about this in Jamaica, and they say, you're right, but, you know, she's under a lot of pressure. The law says that if you have a contract, you benefited from a government contract, right? The Auditor General has the right to get the documents when requested from you. What happened with the 124 million with the Tertiary Commission? She went to them and she said, I want to see your paperwork. I know what they told her. They said to her, this is a private organization and we are under no compulsion to give you anything. Get away from here. What she should have done under the law, she could have gone to court and forced them to give her the documentation because they benefited from a government contract.
And that is where the Auditor General has the authority to get information from, because it is the government now that she's now answering to and protecting the government from unscrupulous people.
Yeah.
So in a roundabout way, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot when they're not serious about this accountability issue, and everybody's piling on about whether it is unaccounted for, missing, or stolen. The fact of the matter is, There are cases that you can point to where there's no accounting of how the money was spent, who got the money, what it was spent on. There are situations where monies were paid to people who should not have gotten the people. And like you said, was it paid for what was it paid for? Was it value for money? Were they getting paid for the right thing? That is where the problem is. And here is the issue. COVID is a sore point for a lot of people because so much money went to the government for COVID. And no one knows of the accounting for these monies. Should those monies be classified as unaccounted, missing, or stolen? How should they be classified? And are they saying that no one should ask any questions about these monies that they know were given, but no one see where it was spent, who got it, and what they got it for? You had burial, because a lot of persons who suffered as a result of Melissa said they suffered in burial and did not get any help in burial. Though the government got help for relief and borrowed money to help with the recovery, they did not get any help. So Melissa just came and fully wiped them out. So you see that there's a pattern of behavior that calls into question many of the persons who are in these seats of power, who have not taken their job seriously. And that is why when you have the Auditor General doing her job and coming up with these reports, and JAMP is putting it all together, because her thing is a comprehensive look at all these reports from the Auditor General that counted, that said, we have a $3 trillion problem here. And it is because there's no accountability from the top to the bottom, not only in government agencies, but every agency that you can think of has an accountability problem because nobody's doing their reports. And if they were getting their reports, the government would know for a fact where they are bleeding money, who is bleeding money, who should be held accountable, hold them accountable. And when they hold them accountable, then we'll start the cauterization of this kind of abuse of the public purse.
Right. Completely agree. Like I said, the system needs to be reformed, because under this system, somebody put it in there that there are so many loopholes created in there that the politicians created for themselves that it's difficult to even hold anybody responsible for anything. Like you said, that what are the consequences of not turning over those reports? There should have been consequences. That's it. If the Auditor General requests the report and she doesn't get them within 30, 60, 90 days or what,
exactly,
then people are going to have to appear in court and explain why, and there are fines and term attached to it. And if they did that, you would see people. Well, not only if they did that, if let's say that was the case, but then the courts would have to play a role as well and say, I'm going to sentence prison term, not just a fine. Sentence you to prison term.
If people are being punished, yes, for their tardiness and not doing their reports on time, then what are they getting paid for? If a person is getting paid to do their internal audits, prepare a report, and then send it over to the Auditor General, why is that not being done? And then why are you getting a salary? Then that person should vacate that post and give it to the person who will do the job. But it's not being done, so everybody come and they just get comfortable and they say, oh, leave it alone. Someone said they would do it last year, so leave it alone. So the thing said. And that is the mentality that they have for the thing said.
And you're right. I tend to disagree. There are checks and balances in the system, but they're not utilized. And so in a sense, I agree with you, because when you say there are no checks and balances, if you read the law, they have checks and balances, but they don't utilize.
It's not being applied. It's not being applied.
Yeah,
that is a problem.
Yeah. For example, look at the Auditor General. She could have gone after this 124 million. She could have gone after that company for it, but she didn't. Look at the Integrity Commission or the commission. They could have gone after the Prime Minister for illicit enrichment. To the court, they could have gone to the court to force him to give over the information that they were seeking, but they didn't. And then you have to say to yourself, why even have these laws if you're not going to use them? It's a waste of time. And then also surcharge, right? The Auditor General can only refer surcharge actions to the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, and that's a person who will institute the surcharge action, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go back. I ask you, go back and look at the Financial Secretary's report. Look at the Auditor General's report. There are several reports you can look at, and look to see how many surcharge action that they could have taken that they didn't take, and the ones that they've written off, them just write them off. And the FAA allows for that the Financial Secretary can just write off a surcharge action, meaning that you spend government money negligently, recklessly, there was fraud, there was abuse or whatever, and now under the law you are supposed to be held responsible for that. Well, guess what? The Financial Secretary can write that off. They don't have to go after you. And there have been many instances where monies have been written off.
Therein lies the problem. But here's the double standard, though, Rattigan, is that the government is not serious about accountability at the macro level, but only at the micro level. Because in order to give out care packages and to give out relief, there has to be an accounting of that. So why is the same principle not applied at government level, in the ministries, in the agencies, in the various offices, just to make sure that every tax, because the Prime Minister will say that we need to make sure all the monies we given, it is being spent properly and the people are getting resources. And he's right about that. But we'd also like to see the same approach in government, in the ministries, where he says to the ministries, hold them accountable by making sure that they send over their reports. Where there are hemorrhages and bleed of money, plug that by holding people accountable and punishing them when they do not do their jobs. Because at the end of the day, it's an indictment on him and his administration. So until he starts to see it that way, he will continue going down this path and just running his mouth and speaking things, not realizing that when this continues, it's an indictment on him and his administration, that he's not serious about corruption, he's not serious about transparency and good governance, and he's not serious about being accountable for how he spends taxpayers' dollars.
Look, if he were truly serious about corruption in his administration, remember what he said and he said it on many. He said it when his inauguration, and he said it many times since, that corruption will not be tolerated in his administration, and they're going to do this and do that. Well, here's the thing: when Marissa Dalrymple Philibert pled guilty, he should have said, "We don't want you back in this party."
100%. He had the opportunity to do that.
If he was truly serious about corruption, he should say, it's not even an allegation anymore. It's a conviction.
Yes.
You have no place in this party. Instead,
that is true.
She's
in the parliament. Yeah, she's sitting in the parliament. Yeah, that is 100% true. Mm-hmm. So he had the opportunity to set the standard, and he did not. So he cannot blame anyone for saying and accusing him of not being serious about the corruption problem in the country, because he's not leading by example.
Let me show you something here. All right, take a look at this. You just made a good point, and well, you've made several good points. But I want to point out this one that you just made a while ago, but that he's not serious about it, right? Look at this. This is a 2017, the same Hansard where they're discussing the Integrity Commission Act. Look at the top left. Just want to read just that sentence. Look at that.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, an effective anti-corruption program must have provisions whereby persons in leadership positions set the standard of ethics by which we all operate. Exactly.
That's the Prime
Exactly.
Minister said that.
He's saying the right things. He says the right things, but he does the opposite of what he says. And that is what causes him to have a credibility problem.
Yeah. How can you say this and then you allow
And then do the opposite and do the opposite? They are not serious.
Who pled guilty
Mhm.
to integrity, the Integrity Commission Act violation, to have her come back in the party and say it's a mockery.
Yeah. It is a mockery. Yeah, and that is why any report that comes out that has anyone under investigation for illicit enrichment by the Integrity Commission, he is in no position to say anything to them. All they're going to do is take the IC to court, drag it out, and it's like business as usual. He is all bark and no bite when it comes to the issue of addressing corruption in the country. He wants it for the person at the bottom, but not for the persons at the top. And therein lies the problem. He has to first demand it from his circle and set the standard in his circle. But like this person said, he doesn't walk the talk. Exactly. He says things, but it has no meaning. It has no meaning. And there's so many things that he has said that are mere words, mere words. And it is rather unfortunate because he has a glorious opportunity to course correct, and he has not done that.
It's not going to happen.
Mr. Rattigan, Ms. Daisy, their idea of remedies, musical chairs, shuffle the same people to new ministries and wait for the outrage to expire. That is true because everything is 9-day talk.
Yeah, then look on Fayeval, Minister Williams. Look at that. Him just keep moving her. She was minister of the same ministry.
But here's the thing. Well, here's the thing with Minister Fayeval. She should not be in politics. That's not her lane. She's a bright lady. I mean, in a field that is dominated by men, she excels in that field, maybe as a financial analyst, that sort of thing. Working at the IMF with World Bank, but in this field where she has to speak to the public on a regular basis, and it is not her thing. And I think she should not have gone into politics because it is failing her and making her look incompetent. She was incompetent in the Ministry of Education, and she's more incompetent in the Ministry of Finance.
And don't forget, she was in the Ministry of Energy and the one that Barrel Vaz is now. That's where she was first,
Politics is not her thing.
Then they move her to education, and now they move her now to finance. No, people.
Politics is not her thing.
People, you said that she's a bright lady. People who know her. Some people have said to me that she was a bright lady. They said that there's something going on there. They can't quite put their finger.
Maybe it could be a health issue. I'm hoping it's not a health issue that causes her to be so distant, far removed from reality. But outside of that, you cannot take away from her brilliance. But the political space is not the space that she can operate in. I find it hard to speak in a way that would sound disparaging to her, given her achievements, again, in a field that is dominated by men. So, she should remove herself from the political space because she's not. And I don't know if it is that because they're being micromanaged, because many people would see the Prime Minister as a finance minister. She's just de facto finance minister. And because she's being micromanaged, she's like, okay, since you want to take over things, just do your thing. Just do your thing. But I don't understand why it is that Minister Fayeval has not been performing at a higher level, given her academic acumen. it's just a failure. It's just a failure, and it is sad to listen to her. It is really sad to listen to her.
And remember, he said he was going to give all the ministers a job letter, and he's going to hold them to certain provisions and all of that, and none of that has taken place. And
and when you say that now, you see, when you talk about the job letter now, you're feeding right in back into that accountability argument, because he spent $1 billion for that same job letter story, correct?
Mm-hmm.
To what end? That was a waste of how much billion dollars?
Oh, for the
who got the contract? Right, for the job letter.
Yeah. For the parliamentarians and the cabinet. Yeah.
Yes, right. So and we now come back to the question: who got that contract?
Wasn't me.
Who got that contract, and what were the terms of that contract? Because what came out of that was madness. It was a waste of money. And then we can look now at all these things that are going to happen with him, going to give out vouchers. The question is who is going to get the contract to do those vouchers? You see, so we see where they create. This is the thing, that the administration, the Andrew Holness administration, create problems for themselves, and then get upset when people point out the errors of their own ways, because a lot of these things are of their own making. It's of their own making, and they're the ones equipped to solve it, but they seem not to want to do that. So you cannot blame people for getting upset, getting angry, and calling them every name in the book except a child of God. They have to correct this.
I was told that Favor Williams is one of the richest women in Jamaica. That when she was living in the United States, and I was told that she was a U.S. citizen, she was in the financial sector, and she made a ton of money, right?
I can believe that. She's bright.
There's no question that this woman, I can say that she has the academic brilliance. Nobody can question that, right? She went to two of the finest institutions in the world. But if you look at her performance now as Minister of Finance, and some people would make the argument that this is where she should have been when they first considered her to be a minister, should have been Minister of Finance based on her background. But no, she's there. And if you look at her performance last week, and if you're truly honest with yourself, regardless of your political affiliation, your social affiliation, and other affiliations, you'd have no choice but to say this woman is a dismal failure, and she should not be.
She is a failure. She is a failure in the political space. That is not a space that she has thrived in at all. Every ministry she was put in, she has not performed to the best of her ability, and that is rather unfortunate. It's rather unfortunate. I could see Favor, in my opinion, would work well with a Mark Golding, crafting legislation, financial legislation, because she has the mind for that. She is not cut out for this dog JLP politics. She's not cut out for that. And you can see that she, in my opinion, she's walking a fine line between her moral compass and the dog-eat-dog politics that she's faced with.
And Marie's right in the chat. She was at Ministry of Finance before. I think she was there as a junior minister. Then she went over to energy. Then she went to education, and now she's back at Ministry of Finance. Yeah, I believe that to be the case. But you know what? Let's leave it there. Let's move on to another subject now. That you and I, we see these subjects, all of these subjects we've discussed, as near and dear to us because we're Jamaicans at heart. We're born there. As I'm saying, we're neighbor string cut that there, right? We're living overseas, and there is an organization created by the government of Jamaica in association with people in the diaspora called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. and they're having an election. At this point, we don't even know when, because we have two dates. We have one that it's supposed to be going on right now, and one that's supposed to, they said it's probably going to be in January, but there are people voting right now under the old notice, and the new notice, voting won't start until next year. So there's a question as to whether or not the votes that have been cast already will they be considered in the final count that will take place.
They should be.
Well, we don't have an answer yet, but I want to show people something, and we're trying to get the people running, particularly, we're talking about in the Northeast now, which has the greatest concentration of Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica. We're talking about from Rhode Island, Maine, all the way down to that section of America is home to the greatest amount of Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica. That eastern seaboard northeast section. And in 2020, the government of Jamaica, along with a few members of the diaspora, they put out something called terms of reference, and they put out a policy. And it is very worrying. It is very troublesome. And if you remember, folks, right, we had something called a call to action, and we registered the name Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, and it caused great angst within the Jamaican government and among their supporters. And the reason for that is because they couldn't register it themselves. And we said, listen, go register it yourself. If you think that you have the right and the responsibility and the authority to register it, go register it, because you say it's yours. Go register it. They cannot, they couldn't, they won't. You know why? Because it's run by the government of Jamaica. It's an arm of the government of Jamaica. And I'll show you some parts of it tonight. We'll get back to it on Saturday, but I wanted to show you some things tonight. Take a look at this. This is the first terms of reference they came out with. This is the one they came out with in 2020. They've since changed it a little bit. But look at this. I want you to tell me if you ever heard about this group here. Come on. Okay. Tell me if you've ever heard about this. See what that says?
The GJDC will be a major tool of diaspora engagement and will be guided by the National Diaspora Policy with its primary responsibility.
Stop right there. Stop. No, I made a mistake. Hold on. This is the one I wanted to read. This. Sorry.
Oh, the GJDC will lead the repurposing of the Jamaican Diaspora Foundation. No, I've never heard of the foundation, and the Jamaica Diaspora Institute and other diaspora engagement mechanisms. So when were those organizations found?
Question. Do you know anything about the Jamaica? Have you ever heard of a Jamaican Diaspora?
Never heard of it. No. That's new.
Have you heard of the Jamaica Diaspora Institute?
No.
All right. This is section 4. If you look right here, this is the introduction, right? Of this document. This one, right? Now, let me show you. This is the latest document. Let's go back to that section. This is the latest document. See? They call it terms of reference and operation modalities, right? Use big words meaning nothing, right? And if you go back down here, you will not find it. This is what you'll find. You'll find this one here, 4. This is what you'll find. You won't find any foundation or institute in here. So the question then is, if they say that one of the purposes is to repurpose it, when was the repurposing done? And have they abandoned that?
When was the purpose done that don't have to repurpose it?
Yeah, it's not here in the second one. It's not here.
Right.
And let me show you something, people, why this is a problem. and why I am running. And if other candidates, if there are candidates who feel the way I do, then I won't run. I don't need to run. If there are candidates there who say, yes, we agree with you, then I'll say, fine, I'll support you. Here is why. Here is why. Look at that.
The GJDC is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. Consequently, the views expressed by council members do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. No, let me show you something else. Look at this.
The GJDC will be led and supported by 4 individuals. The chair will be the minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, responsible for diaspora affairs. A vice chair appointed from among the diaspora members of the council. The undersecretary for diaspora protocol and consular affairs, and the director of diaspora affairs department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. But stick a pin before you even move there, Rattigan. All of this really means nothing, because you have a consulate. You're talking. He says here about the undersecretary for diaspora and protocol and consular affairs. You already have consulates that can deal with, other issues, but the diaspora affairs should not be something that is controlled by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The operative word there is diaspora. It is not the prerogative, and it should not fall within the purview of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Let me go back and show you this. Hold on. Remember this? Remember this? Remember this? It is not an arm of the government.
Right. So why then are they now saying it down there that it will be chaired by the minister?
Yeah. It is not an arm of the government. And them say any views expressed by the council members
is not representative of the right.
But look who's leading it.
The minister. And he's appointed. He shouldn't be appointing anybody.
3 of the 4 people. Remember, look at the first sentence. The GJDC will be led and supported by 4 individuals. 3 of the 4 live in Jamaica. They're government.
No, there cannot be that. No. Then they're not in diaspora. They're not in the diaspora.
Yeah, look at the 4th person. The vice chair, a vice chair appointed from among the diaspora members of the council. Appointed by whom? Them.
Mm-hmm.
So you see what happened? Them control.
So they have commandeered the organization.
Then them say it's not an arm of the government, and you don't speak on behalf of the government. So what I want to know is, when them 4 people speak, who do they speak?
Who do they represent? Mm-hmm.
Who do they speak?
Who do they represent?
That is the key question where you're just asking, who do they represent? And let me show you something else right here. Look at this one right here. Look at this. The work of the GJDC
present an exceptional opportunity for the government and the ministry to engage with a wide range of stakeholders whose views, perspectives, network, and resources are essential to attaining the national development priorities. No. That's unacceptable. Totally
so how is
unacceptable.
It not an arm of the government? How is it not an arm of the government? You say it's not an arm of the government, but the government is
everything is You're
going to be doing the priorities. You're going to be working on the priorities of the Jamaican government.
Of the government to benefit the government. No, it can't be that.
Be work, and look at the title: Duties and Responsibilities of the Jamaica
of the JJDC. Mm-hmm.
So where is it that the diaspora members now are involved in this? Where?
But where are they? Where are they benefiting?
Then, if you look at this. There's one section where, all right, let me go through and see if I can find it. Most of this stuff you're going to see that they're talking about the strategy and the development of Jamaica. And you say, well, what about people living in overseas? Them have issues too, and this is a diaspora organization. So why is it that we're not, and look right here. It says, all of this, the government of Jamaica is committed to blah, 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 for the development of the country.
That's not the purpose of a diaspora council.
Right? there's one here that they said that they're supposed to help the diaspora. If you look here, Ministry of Finance, everything here is about the government.
It's about the government, yes. That is unacceptable.
And then
And the persons offering themselves as candidates and the candidates offering themselves up for this leadership position, they have to make it clear who it is that they are representing. Because this cannot be it. This is unacceptable.
Look at this one right here. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade will identify the annual priority areas. For
No, they cannot be in charge of it. No, that's unacceptable.
Identify key issues for consideration. But your idea, they will consider it, but they will tell you what the annual national priorities are, and you will work on those things. Let me show you. Okay. All right. Look at this one right here. The National Diaspora Policy articulates the government's firm commitment to address issues that affect the well-being of the diaspora while assisting them to prosper in the countries where they and their descendants reside. Now, let me ask you a question. Tell me now, how has the Jamaican government helped us to prosper overseas?
There lies a question. And this right here is really what is the meat of the matter for the Diaspora Council. It's about the welfare and well-being of the persons within the diaspora, not within Jamaica. And it is not that they're not supposed to help, especially in a crisis like Melissa, but their primary focus should not be to work for the government of Jamaica.
I mean, this is when you ask them, who do they represent, they can't tell you. They can't tell you.
That is sad. Because the purpose of the Diaspora Council is not an arm, it's not to serve at the leisure of the Jamaican government.
Then look, you see why they wouldn't want somebody like me, because them say you have to regularly meet with the Jamaican diplomatic mission or consular post.
No. You shouldn't be meeting with it. Then let me ask you a question now. So the person who is the current president, does she have a schedule that include regular meetings with members of the diaspora in their different communities? Say, for example, in the Bronx, in Brooklyn, parts of Maine, in Maryland, in Virginia. Because then she'd be able to, then she should have, there should be something on the Diaspora Council's website, if there's such a thing, about the various town halls that she's holding to address the issues facing those persons that live within those spaces.
You know what, Maria, in 2020, right, I think they had 24 members, right? And 18 of the 24 members were appointed by the government of Jamaica.
No, it cannot be. That is unacceptable.
Look at their thing now. Their thing, them say, they have 28 members. 14 are elected, and another 14 are appointed by
the minister. No, it's not. No. That is not the purview. The council cannot be within the purview of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It has to be an independent body. And if it is not operating an independent body, representing, speaking up for, and advocating for the issues affecting the persons in the diaspora, then it serves no purpose. It really serves no purpose.
Look at this also. They say each member of the council will receive a letter of confirmation. This is after the election from the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So it's not, and then them say they're not running it. No.
They cannot be. The minister, they cannot sit in Jamaica and be in control of a diaspora council. It doesn't work that way. So what about the issues facing, and there are many issues facing persons in the Jamaican in the diaspora. How are those issues being addressed? Then nobody cares about that.
Then look at this now. This what they put in here, powers. This is a new one, and then put this inside for people within the call to action. You see this one here? Members of the council shall not establish any structure, association, or entity in the name of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And we are saying, if you don't want that, then you register it. They can't register it, people, because they have the 3 members of the Jamaican government sitting.
And it cannot be, and if it's a diaspora thing, it has to be from persons living within the diaspora. It cannot be run by the government. So then it's basically a sham organization.
Look at this. Look who may terminate your appointment. The chair.
No, he cannot. He has no power to do that.
Chair, and the chair is
this is nonsense.
Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. People.
No, that's nonsense.
Let me just.
That is nonsense.
Because here's the thing I want to ask. I want to ask the people running. I want to ask them, first, have you read the policy? Second, have you read the terms of reference? Third, do you agree with what's written in the policy and the terms of reference? And if you disagree with provisions in there, what provisions do you disagree with? And the ones that you disagree with, what will be your course of action to change them?
Yeah, but my question, but listen, Rattigan, I have 2 questions for them. One, who do you represent?
That's a significant question.
Who do you represent?
Who do you represent?
And apart from who do you represent, what work are you doing in that space, in the diaspora space, to represent the interests of the persons in the diaspora? That is the issue. It cannot be that the minister is sitting down and calling the shots in a diaspora. That's not how they operate. That is not how they operate. And they must not allow it to be commandeered by the government. It is not an arm of the Jamaican government to raise funds overseas to fund the consolidated fund in Jamaica. It doesn't work that way. Why is the Jamaican government governing a diaspora nation? The fact that the diaspora is an economic bedrock of the country. But here's the thing, Gerald Brown. The operative word there is diaspora, which means it's supposed to attend to the needs of the persons in that diaspora space. The Diaspora Council can respond in cases of natural disaster. But it shouldn't be that the government of Jamaica is leaning on the Diaspora Council to raise funds and turn around and send it to them so they can put this money in whatever fund and do whatever. It doesn't work that way. When the Diaspora Council raises funds, it is supposed to be there to help persons within the diaspora who may come upon situations, especially in the climate that we're now living in, and may need assistance in some way, shape, or form. What about students who are overseas? How is the Diaspora Council helping those students? I mean, let's get down to brass tacks. Because remember the Ukrainian students now, if there was a Diaspora Council, when those Ukrainian students were faced with the situation where they have to travel, a Diaspora Council should have within their coffers resources to fund their plane tickets back home. That is how I see it. The fact that they had to find their way, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said they told them to borrow money to go back home, and opposition leader Mark Golding came to their rescue. But the Diaspora Council serves those kinds of purposes. That's what it is for. So the fact that they're not doing that and they're only doing the bidding of the government is concerning. Because remember now, it's supposed to be a 501c3, correct?
Correct. It is supposed to
be which makes it a non-profit.
Correct.
So if you're not paying taxes and you're an arm of the government, then that's problematic, because then you have to be what they call a FISA, foreign
FARA, foreign
agents. That's the word it says, FARA, foreign agents, right? So you cannot be a 501c3 and be representing a government at the same time. It doesn't work that way.
Let me just address something that Gillian Morris said, and Larkland asked a question. Larkland, I haven't forgotten you. I'm staying true to my word. Larkland asked a question last night, essentially saying that since this is so problematic, why should we become a part of it? Because by becoming by joining it, then we are becoming part of the problem as opposed to the solution. Essentially saying, since it's that bad, then don't be associated with it. And I think Gillian is in the same vein. She's saying these sanities that we're signing up and voting under these foreign traitors and their rules rather than forming our own body and leaving them in the dust. All right, Gillian and Larkland, bear with me. Hear me out. Hear me out and tell me on my song. It's not about reinventing the wheel. It's about putting new tires, better tires on the wheel. The wheel has been invented. And here's the wheel. The wheel is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. It was formed with...
By PJ Patterson.
And by diaspora members were involved in it. And
yes.
Diaspora in there, you shouldn't run away from it. If it had said Global Jamaica Women Council, that would be different. The moment it says diaspora,
you can't be involved.
We were instrumental in helping set up this thing, then we shouldn't run from it. It is ours. It is ours. And you know why it's ours? Because we are the ones voting. We are the ones voting for it. It is ours. And what I'm saying to you, let's make it ours. Let's make it a viable, vibrant, strong institution, a 501c3 that can help people in the diaspora and by extension and sisters in Jamaica. But there are people here who are in desperate need of help. People are looking for jobs here. People are looking for medical attention, legal counsel. People are looking for all kinds. Where do they turn to? And if you look at some of the other, if you look at some of the countries, how their diaspora organizations function. Take, for example, I think it's Ireland, Israel.
Nigeria has a good one.
Nigeria. Yeah, the government is not involved in those. They work with the government, but the government is not involved in the running of their of those organizations. And what do? They help their nationals.
Exactly. Because they can go to them and say, this is a situation. They know who their representatives are, and they can say, this is a situation. It's presented to them, and they know how to respond. That is not the situation for this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. It is there just to raise funds and send to them.
Right. And so here's what happened now. If you say you're going to set up your own organization, guess what happened now? Now you end up in a competition with this one, right? You don't want no competition with it. You want this one is ours. You don't run away from your home. Somebody come and start bad man you up in your house. You don't run away and go buy another house somewhere and leave them and leave. No. He said, this is mine. And you take it because what happened when you ask them, when you ask the representatives, who do like sis said, who do you represent? You know what you will never hear? You will never hear we represent the government of Jamaica. You will never hear that.
But in practice,
they do. They're not supposed to, but they do. And so what will happen is all we need to do is, and people ask me why you do it, and because you know why? I want to go inside, and I'll make it abundantly clear. I want to go inside there and change the provisions so that it reflects the diaspora. Right now, it's reflecting.
That's what it's. Yes, right now it reflects the government of Jamaica. It's not an arm of the government of Jamaica.
Yeah. And how many of you out there wouldn't like to know you have an organization that you can turn to if you run into a problem? Criminal, civil, administrative, whatever the problem is, and you can pick up the phone and call an organization that you know is composed of people like you, right? People who have your interests at heart and say, listen, I have a problem, can you help? And those people can provide a solution for you. How many of you can do it now? How many of you?
But exactly, Rattigan. Exactly. And here's the thing. A lot of persons in the Northeast section right now lost their jobs through no fault of their own. Is the current council so staffed and equipped with the resources that persons can reach out to them and say, this is a situation with a person there that needs help, and that they can provide relief for that person.
Right. Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
I said, Gerald Brown put that thought process is not rational. The fact is that this government do not all for that to happen. Gerald, think about what you're saying. And by the way, I don't know if it's the thought, and you have some English issues there, spelling issues. But anyway, what happened is this. Think about it. You're saying leave this organization, go and form another organization, and then deal with the diaspora issues. And I'm saying to you, we already have an organization that is supposed to deal with the diaspora issues. And you know why we know, why? If for no other reason, you know why we know that? Because they cannot register the organization. If they could, they would. They cannot. You see them putting the thing and say
they cannot register as an arm of the government. Yes,
because of the government presence in the council. They cannot do it right now. But you, Gerald Brown, you can go and register the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council in any one of the states where they operate. You can go register it, and you can say to them, you cannot come inside here and use that name because that name belongs to me. And guess what? And you can issue them a cease and desist order, and you would be absolutely correct. The law would back you 100%. And that's it. It's our organization. We need to take it and say, listen, let's make it into a 501c3. Let's help the people in the diaspora. Let's help the people in Jamaica. But we can't have the government come in here and run. By the way,
no, they can't be running it.
All of the people who would say it's a bad idea to go inside of this organization because they're doing this and the government. Let me ask you a question. How many of you knew before? No. When I say no, I mean within the last year, that there was an organization called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And I'll ask you another question. How many of you know what they're doing?
Exactly. That is the question.
Because if you did, you wouldn't be making the point you're making right now. Because they're doing fundraising when they shouldn't be doing fundraising. They're doing all kinds of things they're doing.
For whom? For whom? For whom? But here's the thing. Going in, if you see, there needs to be a structure in place, a leader in place who is strong enough to say to the government, this is not about you. I am going to choose my team from the members who live in the diaspora. This is not about you. You cannot dictate to this organization. If there's a crisis, we will help to the best of our ability. But the core purpose of the organization is to the persons who actually live in the diaspora. It cannot be raise the money and send it come. It cannot be that. It has to be more than that. It has to be. And I'd like to know what they have done to help a lot of persons who lost their jobs or who may need some help, with immigration issues, who may need help with medical issues. I mean, students who might need some assistance for a semester or something like that. That's what the Diaspora Council is supposed to do.
And Marie, did you inform us about them from way back? You're right, Marie, I did. And then remember that we also registered and took the name, and it caused a lot of problems because them couldn't lift a little finger when we registered. And we told them we're going to register it and take it down. There's nothing they could do. Nothing they could do. And up to this point, there's nothing they can do. If we want to go and register it again, there's nothing I issue cease and desist orders. But here's what happened. Let that be the last word. We have 15 minutes to go. I open the phone lines. Sis is here with us. You want to call and ask questions, people. We have 15 minutes. I know Miss Philly going to call, so at least that call I can put my pot on fire upon. So don't disappoint Miss Philly and I mean Miss P and the caller from there's a person who calls us, a couple people from New York, a couple ladies from New York, a gentleman from New York, one out from out west, a couple from down in Florida, from Atlanta. The phone line open. You put it up, 667-369-8569. We have 14 minutes to. Oh, there you go. Caller, good night. Welcome to Comrades, Ms. Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Ratty, good night, my brother. West Palm Beach.
Yes, sir.
It's Gerald.
Gerald.
Yes, I had some misspelling because I was trying to type and do something at the same time.
Okay.
Let me be clear and let me clarify what I was saying. And when I say you're not being rational, I didn't mean it offensively, Ratty. What I'm saying to you, you're not arguing rational because you're trying to say you're trying to strong arm the government to take over an organization that the government, obviously, because of its immoral and corrupt governance, it will not allow that to happen. Therefore, why fight them? Why go down that? Why travel that path? Wouldn't it make more sense for the diaspora, which we know that the diaspora is the bread basket of the country? We are the ones who keep Jamaica afloat 99% of the time. The country relies on the diaspora, and it's obvious that this particular government do not want any influence from the diaspora within the governance of the country, based on what they've said and their record. Whenever we try to make an input. So it would make more sense because we're well-thinking people here. We have the capability, the knowledge. We have everything on this side to form an organization to do the things that you're advocating for. We're not competing. We're doing what needs to be done. It's not. I don't think it's a competition because the organization that you're talking about is doing nothing, and it's a political arm. So therefore, it wouldn't make more sense.
All right.
For us in the diaspora to form our own organization to accomplish the task that you're advocating for.
All right. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Gerald, may I interject here? Gerald, it's about the leadership that is in the diaspora council right now. Leadership matters. Because if you had a strong leader, they would advocate for the rights of the persons within to protect and serve the rights of the persons in the diaspora and point out to the government that, yes, we are going to register this, but it cannot be registered as explain it to them and force them to do what is required of the diaspora. It's not about them imposing their will on people because they have been imposing themselves on the diaspora for too long. And what is the result of that? What's the result of that?
You're fighting a losing battle. You're fighting a losing battle, and it's not. And if you're seeking representation and you want to organize and represent, why waste the effort and energy fighting a government and that owns the organization? They're not supposed to, but obviously they do.
Because of the leadership that is running it right now.
The job done. That's all I'm saying. I don't think what you're advocating for is going to happen. It's not going to happen. Ratty, they're fighting you. I tried to sign up to vote. I don't even know if my vote went through.
All right.
I don't
Gerald,
know.
hold on. We don't have much time. We don't have much time.
Okay.
Let me just make two quick points. One of them is you said about they don't want us to be involved in the governance of Jamaica. Who said we wanted to be involved in the governance of Jamaica? Who said that? I never said that.
No. I'm not speaking specifically to you.
No. But you said, no, you're talking about a diaspora organization. And you said, hold on.
Example, voting.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Gerald, hold on a second.
The man with the money is the man with the talk, you know.
The avenues for us to be able to vote in Jamaica. This government is fighting that. They don't want that to happen.
Hold on a second. You make 2 points that I just want to talk about. One of them is that you said that they don't want us to be involved in the governance of Jamaica. And I'm saying to you, this organization would not be involved in the governance or trying to influence the governance or the governing of Jamaica or the government of Jamaica. That's one. The second point is that you said that this organization, why would you want to be a part of it? Because it's not doing anything. Let me ask you a question. Do you know what they're doing? You said they're not doing anything. Do you know what they're doing?
Precisely why I said that.
No. Do you know what they're doing? Let me ask you that. Yes or no?
I have no idea what they're doing.
Then that's different from saying they're not doing anything. That's different because I can tell you a lot of things that they're doing.
Okay,
they're doing things.
Example.
And what was that?
Give me one example.
One example that they're doing, and people are not aware of it, is that they are secretly organizing. They're doing fundraising. They do that whenever they come here. I can tell you this because I know people who are involved with them, right? And they know that they're not supposed to be doing stuff like this when they come. They associate themselves. Let me be clear. They associate themselves with fundraising activities, and they're not.
May I say something, Ratty?
Mhm.
So, see, your question was convoluted. You asked me if I know what they're doing. When I said I don't know if anything tangible or legal that they're doing to help the people of Jamaica. Now, if you ask me if you ask me if I know any underhanded stuff that they're doing, of course I do know that they're doing underhanded stuff. Of course I know that they're misrepresenting the people of Jamaica. Of course I know that.
So hold on a second. So hold on. You know that they're doing all of these things, and now instead of going in and changing the rhetoric, changing the direction, you want now to go and reinvent the wheel and form another diaspora organization?
You are not reinventing the wheel.
No, but you're gonna wait a minute. Aren't you going to start another? You're going to start another organization.
That wheel, and you are moving on with a new wheel.
No.
That's not a wheel.
No.
That's a political arm. I don't know if you're.
Hold on a second, Gerald. Hold on a second, Gerald.
When you have an opportunity to create something.
Gerald, hold on a second, Gerald. Hold on a second. You said that you tried to register to vote, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't believe in this organization, why did you register to vote?
To support you.
Then that Maria just tell his leadership. She just talked to you about that. Maria just said to you it's about leadership.
It's about leadership, Gerald. You change the leadership, you change the organization.
But what I'm saying to you is that is the government of Jamaica going to allow that to happen?
It's not what they allow.
It's the people, it's the voter.
It's not what they allow. It's not for them to allow.
And I know that the government of Jamaica wants that to be a political arm for them.
But it cannot be a political arm for them.
Deliberate act by the government. Why are we fighting that fight when you have the capability of creating that can do
Gerald, if the leadership of the current council has allowed themselves to be used and seen as a political arm of the Jamaica Labour Party. That's not their operation. That's not what they're supposed to be doing. So it takes leadership to say to them, we are not going to do your bidding. It doesn't stop the council from doing things to help in a crisis situation like Melissa. However, the day-to-day operations where conferences are held, what the conferences are about, will not be the purpose, within the purview of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It cannot be. So it takes the leadership in the diaspora to change that. If you don't have that level of that kind of effective leadership, then we're going to have this constant problem where the persons in the diaspora who need assistance, nobody knows.
Gerald, let me leave it. I'm grab another call, but thanks for your input. Caller, good night. Welcome to Conversation again. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Good. Let me turn this down, please. Hold on, Mr. Rattigan. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. Good night, Miss Daisy. Welcome back.
Thank you, my darling. How are you?
Okay. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
I'm hearing. Are you hearing me, Sir Rattigan?
You have to turn down your device. I can still hear something in the background.
You hear something? I turn it down.
You turn it off or turn it down?
I turn it off.
Okay.
It's good now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Good night again to you. Good night, Miss Daisy. Welcome back. Now, this gentleman, what he's saying, everything with the Angelo government, it's wrong. Nothing goes right. It's backwards. So therefore, if the leadership changes, then certainly everything will be changed, because that's what the new leadership is going to work with and on. Because right now, what they're doing, that's not the purpose intended for the organization, period. That's all I have to say on that. So it's worth it to go after the leadership, change it altogether, vote out. They know it too. They know that they are not doing the right thing. Okay,
Yeah.
that's it. All right. Now let me go to.
Let me just interrupt you one quick second. I think the point where and I hope I'm wrong, but I think what Gerald is in a way that I don't think he realized that he's saying is that we can't do for us. We can't fight battles and win. You know, so we must leave and go somewhere else and start up something else. And I'm saying to him that, Gerald, if you think about it, who's doing the voting? It's a diaspora. So it has
Exactly.
a organization. Who's voting? It's a diaspora member. In fact, they say if you live outside of if you live in Jamaica, you can't vote. You must.
The chairman cannot vote. The chairman cannot vote.
Yes. So if you
all the other three people.
Yeah. So if the voting is, if we are the only ones who can vote, then obviously it must be for us. Why
the agenda?
Why would we vote for the Jamaican government to do whatever it wants in the diaspora? That doesn't make any sense. So the moment you have the right to vote, then you have the right to conceive and effect change. So when he said, well, they will never let it happen, the government will never let it happen. No, you know why it won't. You know why. Hold on a second. You know why it won't happen? Because if you start, Miss Philly, hold on.
Now it's brought to my awareness and what the organization is doing and what it should not be doing. So
hold on a second.
People who know now gotta make sure they vote so that the system that is currently going on can change.
Well, here's the thing. As I was saying that what Gerald needs to realize is that the voting is open only to diaspora members, right? So if it's open only to diaspora members, then it should be for diaspora. The organization should be for diaspora because it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense to vote in the diaspora, but then you vote and say, we want the government of Jamaica to come in and do whatever it wants to do.
No.
And then what's done is that if you say, well, we want to leave them alone to do whatever, you've just shirked your responsibility to effect change. You can't run away from battles, man. You must fight whenever you think you're right. And I think this is a fight that is well worth the effort because you are voting you're voting in an election for what? For diaspora. For a diaspora organization.
That's the operative word there.
It's not a Jamaican, it's not a Jamaican government organization. It's a diaspora. And what they're doing is they're trying to wrangle and twist your arm and say, oh, it's a diaspora, but really it's ours. But it's not ours. It's yours. And they come out and they say it is not an arm of the government. And we say, well, since it's not an arm of the government, then what is it an arm of? The diaspora. So fine. So let us run it then. We can be equal partners. Right now, they're speaking to us as subordinates. They're talking down, should be talking to us. And that's the point. Miss Philly, go ahead. Finish up your point, please. Sorry to interrupt you.
It's something else I haven't about.
Can't hear Miss Philly.
Came with that, so I don't know if you're going to allow me. So, yes, because the government know that a lot of, people didn't know about this organization. It was for the IOPS. They know about it. So we, the small people, we never know anything about this. So now we know we are going to do what we have to do. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, but Miss Philly, I
want to take up
Miss Philly, she's not hearing me. Just to piggyback on what Miss Philly was saying there, Rattigan, about not knowing and know that they know. I remember having a conversation with you earlier where I said,
I don't know what's going on with this one.
Miss Philly, wait, hold on a second, Miss Philly.
Yeah, Miss Philly, what I'm saying is, like you said about now you know about the organization and what it's supposed to do, and now you're going to vote. And that is why I said in a conversation earlier this morning that you don't see them in the churches talking to the people in the local churches about what it is that the organization is doing for the members of the diaspora. That is problematic. That is concerning. And it doesn't mean that you're not going to associate with or work with the government of Jamaica. This difference is that they're not going to dictate to the organization that is supposed to be representing the people within that space called the diaspora. So they cannot be putting forward their plans and say, you're going to do this for us and we're going to appoint this. No, you're not going to appoint anybody. That should not be in your wheelhouse. That's not the purview of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And so the Diaspora Council should be meeting, having regular town halls in Brooklyn and in Queens and in wherever, up and down the Eastern Seaboard, to meet with the people, hear their grievances, and see what it is they can do and how they can advocate on their behalf. It must be wrong, but that's how I see it, because it is called the diaspora. And that's how the effective ones operate.
You know, if you ask them, again, people, if you ask them, who do them, meaning the representatives right now, who do you represent? They're going to say diaspora. They're going to tell you that they represent the diaspora. So if they represent you, why aren't you involved? And somebody asked a question from England. They said, I don't know if it's England. They said, I am still not getting clarity. The junior minister is the chairman of GDC. How would that change? Yes, the junior minister by terms of reference is still the chairman of the GDC. How would that change? By getting the right people.
Leadership.
Yes, and then you're going and say, look, we have to change the terms of reference. Because remember, no, they're going to depend on the representatives for this thing to work. If somebody,
but here's the thing to Rattigan. To have the organization registered as a 501c3, he cannot be involved.
He cannot be involved. Miss Philip,
that takes care of that.
Let me just grab another caller, Miss Philip. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rattigan, how are you? Somewhere along this snowy eastern seaboard here, sir.
Okay, I know who you are. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna make mine short. Okay, yes. I understand that some people is not understanding what we're talking about when we speak about the diaspora and the voting. Diaspora means people who lived outside Jamaica and is entitled to vote. Okay, now I see where LMCE and Devo and a few more agreeing with that first caller. Maybe he's one of them who is hiding stuff over here. Okay, maybe this diaspora provoke us that much, we might just report them not paying taxes on the money over here. If I owe Uncle Sam $1, he would put a $10 stamp on that envelope, send it to me to pay them their dollars. So this is no free fall and this is no free loading in this country, okay? So if you guys really don't understand, then learn some more. Prime Minister has no standing in the United States, all right? All I can say, guys, if whoever said they couldn't get to join up, just try to register and please vote for Mr. Rattigan as president for us here in the United States. Mr. Rattigan, Miss Daisy, please have a good night, and I'll talk to you.
Well, have a good night.
Thanks. And there are people in the chat who are saying they won't let me. No, it's not they won't let me. It's you who won't let me if you don't vote. It's not them voting, it's you voting. No matter how them concoct and this and that. Remember, we have about 1 million Jamaicans living on the Eastern Seaboard. Them can't rig all of them votes there. They can rig. They may be able to rig some, but they can't rig. But at least give them a run for the money. See, I am a firm believer that the only time you fail is when you fail to get up, right? You keep fighting, you keep screaming. And this is the thing, people, because we keep saying that the Jamaican government is this, the Jamaican government is that. Here it is now, they're on our doorstep now. Them on our doorstep, because, a lot of them say, you don't want to get involved in a Jamaica, you live abroad, worry about some of the things overseas, don't worry about it.
Why they're getting involved over here then? Use the same argument against them.
Exactly. We here now, and we are going to back up and say, no, we are going to form another organization, and we are going to do this, and we are going to do that. And we are saying, no, we have one already, because guess what? When you who can vote? Diaspora members. And when you ask diaspora members, who do you represent? Represent diaspora. So why are you going to run away from that? Why are you going to run away from that?
Yeah. And the thing is, this is not about not working with the government. This is not about that.
No.
But it's just that they need to understand that they cannot be the beginning and end all of this organization. It doesn't work that way. If it is about the diaspora, then it's supposed to speak to the issues affecting the diaspora, the concerns of the diaspora. That is what it is.
When something is wrong, right? You don't run
the
away.
diaspora will come to the aid, of course.
You fix it if it's wrong. You fix it. You don't run. So when people say, "Oh, but you're going inside there and it's set up wrong and this and that," you said, "So what if it's set up wrong? We know it's set up wrong, so we go inside there and try to set it right." That's all. Don't run from these fights. These are fights.
And you know something? It would be better. The government will be better served if they allow it to run the way it's supposed to be run. They would be better served instead of micromanaging and usurping the power and involving themselves in they'll be better served to do that. It's in their best interest to do that. Yes.
Indeed, if the government had said, "All right, you know what, because one of the arguments I've heard from government officials is that the only reason why we're there to guide you guys, to get you up and running." And I'm gonna say, wait a minute, hold on a second. You mean to tell me that you can run things in Jamaica, but you want to come run it globally? Globally, you want to run it? You want to run it in America, UK, Canada, elsewhere? You can't run it in Jamaica, but you want to come run it here? I'm going to say, even if you could, it's 5 years now, man. Let go where and make we start pedal now on the bicycle ourselves. Make we learn, make we follow and learn and make we ride and all of that stuff. But we can't. I mean, I don't understand the reasoning behind that to say we just leave them alone. I mean, it's our organization. Why are you going to run away from your organization? It's you are voting on it. This is not by appointment only, it's you are vote. So we need to go in and say, okay, you know what, folks? We need to change the terms of reference to reflect diaspora.
The concerns, yes, the concerns of the diaspora. Address the concerns of the diaspora.
Yeah, and at the same time, we recognizing it and we acknowledge that we have to have a relationship with the government of Jamaica.
Of course.
We do that.
And it's in their best interest, Rattigan, it will be in their best interest because this will be out of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs altogether and being run effectively and the way it's supposed to be. And it doesn't mean that no one will speak to them. It's not about that. But you certainly will not have a controlling interest.
Okay. So, somebody asked a question. How do you legally change the terms of reference? You have to sit. Yeah. This is going to require consultation with the members. And then guess what happens? Then you will know who the traitors are. When you sit down at that meeting, you will know who the sellouts are. Because when you sit down there and you say, Carla, hold on one second, please. Hold on one second. When you sit down there and know enough for vote now for change the terms of reference, and if you see somebody in the diaspora say, "No, I'm gonna vote for the government to continue to run it," then you know then now you can go to that person's constituency and say, "Do you know that this is what is going on?"
Right.
Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Do it not open. This is how it will come out. When you go inside and now you know, and trust me, who you think want to go inside and go tell them a vote for government and make them people who them represent come out and find out say yes, them say them nah, them a vote for government. How many people, again, I asked a question, you know, and I'm asking it for the Northeast, but by extension the whole organization. How many people, how many diaspora members have they helped who are in dire need of assistance? How many have they helped? What kind of organization have they set up?
Do they even know how many persons are in need, what the needs are, how many students? Do they have a record of that?
Sis, one of the reasons why I decided to do this is when I read the terms of reference and I read the policy, and when I start getting the phone calls them from people in a shelter, I ask me, I say, "Mr. Rattigan, you don't know a Jamaican organization that can help me find a place for me and my child.
That's for council.
People who get kicked out of them house. Don't you know nobody who can help me in a landlord tenant court? Immigration, nobody who can come down and help me fill out this form or something. Somebody want them the heating of them building and them don't know who in a social services in the city government for them are the calls me get. And me I said to myself, so wait a minute. I know me supposed to get them calls, Are the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council supposed to get them cards and help out the people them? That is why we run, because we want to run for change things to help people. That is why.
That's what it's supposed to do. That's what it's supposed to do.
Carla, good night. Welcome.
Yes. It's me again from Eastern
Yeah.
Seaboard, Mr. Rattigan. Okay, let me make this very short. So they don't see any of us fit to be a part of their parliament, but they want to come over here and do illegal stuff. It doesn't work that way. They better know this. This is not Jamaica. It doesn't work that way. You have a good night, Mr. Rattigan.
All right, thanks. The other thing to see, Maria, is that we complain and we say, oh, them come here and them raise money and them thief the money. What better way to stop that than to have a powerful organization like the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council?
Because then because now the organization will be in charge of those fundraisers and do targeted donations.
Right.
So they know where the money was spent, how much was spent, and they can see the tangible results. That is one of the ways for accountability.
Somebody else said, now that you tell them the strategy, they will not allow you to win a seat either. Again, listen to me.
It's not about them, it's about the people who decide to get up and vote.
And the people who vote, it's not them are going to stop me from taking a seat. It's not them are going to stop me in the election. It's people who don't vote are going to stop me from taking the seat. But here's the thing about it. And I've said it before. I don't, because remember now, it's a volunteer position. I'm not doing this because I'm getting paid or I want a position, because all of the positions that me want in my life, I have them already. I don't need no more position, right? Here's the thing. Think about the consequences of not having Rattigans, not one person, Rattigans, people like-minded who are going and say, we're going to do this thing the right way. Think about the consequences of not having those people. When you have issues, right? When you have issues, you can't complain no more, you know. You can't complain no more. It's like the people who don't vote in the election in Jamaica complain about the government. They say, you know, vote.
Can't complain. You have no say. You have no say.
No vote, no say. If you don't vote, you don't say. People create this mechanism for you to effect change, and you say, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to participate. Then you can't. So all of the people who are say the government won't make me get a seat, stop saying that. What you need to do is go and register to vote and vote. And then we'll see what happens. But the government, that's a defeatist position to say, well, the government now going to make you win no seat. No, are you now going to make me win when you don't vote? You need to vote. And then when the voting come in and then somebody else win, I've said it before, I hope you not call me. I hope you not call me and ask me about this and that. I hope you go to the rep. You're going to go to the name of the person, you know. You're going to name, the phone number, the email, and say, call them, make them help you. Call a lot. You're fortunate to be the last caller for the night. Where are you calling from?
Mr. Rattigan, it's me calling back. I have a question. I didn't get to, was I cut off?
No. I had to take another call, and I said to you that, Miss Phillips, thanks for your input, but I have to run and take another call. So
okay.
You didn't hear me. I don't think you heard me.
I look and I never see.
Okay.
I
apologize.
Anyway,
yeah.
The question is, what if we know people you're hearing me, sir?
Yes.
Okay. What if people really turn out and vote for you, which I know it will be, and they shall change your vote? How would you know that they shall change your vote?
We're looking into that,
What
right?
will be your next step? Because if that should happen, definitely they must be held accountable. All right? Answer me, please.
Okay, all right, thanks. What we're doing is, I'm not turning off the phone now, people, because I forgot. What I'm actually doing now, I'm looking into the voting process, and they have a version of the Electoral Commission. They have a body that actually is responsible for putting out or establishing the mechanism. But already you can see some problems, because this is not the first election that they're going to run. They had one in 2020. I think they've had two or three. I think they've had two already. 2020, 2022, 2020. Yeah, I think they've had two already. And all of a sudden now we're having problems with this one, with the technology, the registration and the voting. So we're looking into that right now, and we will have some answers. Hopefully by this Saturday, we will have some answers for all of you who are interested. But here's the thing, people. It's okay. It's okay to fight for change, you know. It's okay to fight for change. It's okay. It's not a problem. You know, like OT said, nothing tried, nothing done. I firmly believe in that. Because I tell you what, for all the challenges I face in life, if I had just stayed on when I got knocked down, I wouldn't be here. And a lot of you in the diaspora, a lot of you
would be
right now, a lot of you watching this program, you are like me. You got knocked down and you got up and you succeeded. You succeeded. You reach your goal. Why? Because of determination, because of perseverance, because of belief in self. Even when it seemed as if the deck was stacked against you, you still fought. So why is it now you're going to say, well, Rattigan, you shouldn't fight. You should have just step aside and go do another organization, forget about this one. And I've given you very sound reasons as to why we should fight to take this one over. Anyway, we're going to leave
But
now.
here, before you go, Rattigan, here's a very good thing. Here's something that people must consider. How many people up and down the Eastern Seaboard voted in the last Global Jamaica Diaspora Council elections?
Let me put it to you like this. I think it was 500, but the person who won with, remember now, people, we're talking about the number. The number is fluid. Number of Jamaicans living along the Eastern Seaboard, because I've heard anywhere from 500,000 to 1.2 million, somewhere around there. Well, it's a lot of people.
Let's use the lowest figure. Use the lowest figure of 500,000.
All right, let's say 500,000. The person who won the last election, she received, not won by, she received 95 votes.
So, okay, so why do you think that was so?
Why do I think what?
Not many people. Why do you think that was so that she only got 95 votes? Because one, you have 500,000 people. We're using the lowest number now. 500,000 Jamaicans in the diaspora up and down the Eastern Seaboard, correct? And of that 500,000, only 500 voted, not even 1%. Why do you think that is so? Because people don't know.
People don't know.
And because they're not out there advocating and speaking to the people. So people do not know. And that is why they can, people can run roughshod around them, because people are not in the know. So when people are informed, they make better decisions, and they make decisions in their own best interest. And that is what the conversation is about.
Yes. I'll give the last word, but let me just say this, people. Never, ever discount yourself and your abilities. Never let anybody dissuade you from doing something that you truly believe in. Yes, you can take advice, you can take counsel, but at the end of the day, it's your decision. Never let people dissuade you, because if I followed what instructions that people gave me, right? If I followed it, I wouldn't be here. And I'm sure a lot of you right now watching this program, you have experienced the same thing, where people tell you, say, you won't amount to anything. Don't do that. You can't succeed. And you did. And you succeeded. Why? Because you believed in what you were doing. And that accounts for a lot of the success. If you believe in what you're doing, if you don't believe in what you're doing, then you shouldn't do it. Just give up. But if you truly believe in what you're doing, don't be dissuaded by the noise. Filter out the noise, right? And that's why I said, me surround myself with just a small circle of women right now, right? And Kevin, because Kevin there with it. So, but a small circle, because what happened is that, what happened is when you start hearing noise that come from east, west, north, and south, it will lead to confusion. But once you have a dedicated group and you say, okay, this is a plan, this is what we're going to do, and we do it, then that's fine. And for all of the people who are saying that, don't do it because this and that and that, the reason why we're going to fail is because of you. And the reason why we're going to succeed is because of you. You determine where we're going to go. And you will determine where we're going to go. You. Marcus Garvey once said, some black people are of, some black people will be of no use to us in Africa because they're of no use to us here. Something like that. He said, right? Yeah. Him said some people you just have to just discount them. You just have to just worry about them. I'm not casting aspersions on any of you, because I welcome the discussion that we have tonight, because again, we're just sharing views. But what I'm saying to you is that the success or failure of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council will depend on you, the voters, not the government of Jamaica. Despite why we are saying them going to switch this and switch that and switch that, we are looking into it to make sure no switching can go on. Can we guarantee that no switching will take place? No. But the one thing we can let you know is that they know we're looking into it. They know we're looking into it. And you said things that they can do in Jamaica and get away with, like shut down, turn off light and cut off Wi-Fi and do this and do that. You can't do it, you know, easy to do right or so. And another thing is this. There's a digital footprint to all of these things. And if it's true that this election is being conducted by a university in the Northeast, no university is going to put their reputation
on the line for you.
Election like this, when I mean none of them don't want to do it because somebody go investigate and say, wait a minute, there was tampering going on here and blah 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 blah. That won't happen, folks. So again, all of you just please calm down, rethink your position, and come with renewed energy and vigor for the victory, because victory is at hand and it's in our hands. Actually, it's in your finger when you touch the thing on forward. Since the last.
Yeah,
right.
Somehow I froze. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, it was frozen. Yeah, yes. Thank you for having me on, and to all the persons in the chats bigging me up, hailing me up, saying hi, love you much, have a good night, all that. But you know, there's this saying, and I'm going to leave them with my friends with this: where there's no vision, the people perish. And this is not about shutting out the government. This is about taking control of a space that belongs to persons within the diaspora. If you have a robust, effective diaspora council, it will benefit the Jamaican people. It will benefit Jamaican government and will benefit persons in the diaspora. Everybody will benefit, but it cannot be business as usual, because if you only 500 persons voted in the last election of the hundreds of thousands that live up and down the eastern seaboard, it tells you everything that you need to know. So something has to change, and it will change. Change is a good thing, because when you change for the better. So thank you, everybody. Much love, and see you soon.
All right,
blessings every time.
Yeah, let me just say thanks to Sis for coming on. We miss you. We love you. Come, but this is your home, and
much respect.
And we're going to continue to hold the Jamaican government accountable for its actions on behalf of the Jamaican people. And let me say that, people, it's an uphill battle, because you're right. The government wouldn't want to see me or people like me in the council, because we're just bad news. So the only way we can get around that is for you to go out and vote. We can't stay here and commiserate and start to, you know, come up with all the reasons why we shouldn't do it. What we should be thinking is thinking positively and think about all the reasons why we should. Because believe me, if you're looking for reasons not to do it, plenty of them. The biggest one is that the government don't want you. The government doesn't want you, right?
And also, Rattigan, they should be thinking about having the leadership of the diaspora council now, not the Jamaican, because that is not relevant. Having town halls in various communities all across the eastern seaboard. That's what should be happening, so they can hear the concerns of the persons who are affected and who are willing to offer assistance in whatever way, shape, or form.
And for those of you who tuned in earlier, remember what I said. I said if we have candidates who will express the things that I'm expressing, I have no problems just stepping aside and say, fine, let them go. But if we have candidates who are just going to toe the line and it's status quo, then I have a problem with that. Because guess what? They are representing us. And I cannot have somebody representing me doing the things that are being done right now. So if we have somebody, if you know somebody who is saying, no, the government should, this organization should be a registered organization, and it should be a standalone organization run by the diaspora members, then I will willingly step aside. No problems with that. But if we don't have people saying that, then I have to make my point be heard. I have to. And with that, people,
100%.
I just want to thank all of you for tuning in. It's been a lovely night. Nice discussion.
Yes.
It's nice seeing you again. We'll talk
You too. Yeah, man. Blessings every time.
OT, take me.
Get criticized for the people every day, defending your rights. I saw you. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.